very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
Got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Welcome to Leicester in the English Midlands. Welcome to the Mattioli Arena and welcome to the second phase of the BetVictor Championship League. A total of 128 players started out. Now only 32 remain in the hunt for the first world ranking title of the season. After 192 matches and 32 groups were completed in the opening phase of the event, a place in finals day next Wednesday suddenly beckons. Of course, the ranking and financial stakes increase as well as the group winners convene for day 17 of action. This session features the start of phase 2 with a pair of very competitive groups. Over on table 2, it's Group B, featuring Elliot Slesser, Hayden Pinney, and the players involved in the opening match, Joe O'Connor and Hong Kong's Ngon Yi, the first female player to reach the last 32 of a world ranking tournament. You can see every ball struck over there on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, here on table 1, Group A is simply outstanding. Stephen Maguire and Yuan Sejun are up second, but to get the day underway, it's China against Thailand. Zhang Anda taking on Tepchaya Anu. Let's pot balls. And I'm delighted to say, back in the co-commentator role, our good pal Stephen Horworth.
Good afternoon, Phil. Good afternoon, everyone. Really pleased to be back, and what a day of snooker we've got ahead. This is such a mouth-watering group, isn't it, here on table 1, and a very, very good group as well over on table 2. I think the stakes have gone up a notch now, haven't they? We've reached this second phase of the event, and it's all becoming very real. And as you say, the prize money is increasing drastically as we go, so lots to play for. What better way to start than Tepchaya Anu, probably one of the best players to actually watch. Can be the most frustrating player to watch at times, I think. He's probably one of most snooker players' favourite players. If you was to ask a number of tour members. So fast, so fluent. But Zhang Anda, one of the players of the last couple of seasons, no doubt about it.
Came through in dramatic circumstances in his first group. Actually won the frame that decided it, the final frame of the day, on the black. It was a good black as well he knocked in. Anu, he started out in his first group with a 2-all draw against Gao Yang, making breaks of 71 and 79. Then he had 52 and 96 in beating Rhian Evans 3-0. But his best performance of the day was against Martin O'Donnell. He had to win that match to top the group, and he won it in no time. Breaks of 74, 76 and ultimately 98. By the way, before we go into the meat of this match, one of the things that has been a constant theme in this tournament, pronunciations of players' names. Now, Stephen has got the very latest from the player himself, how to pronounce the young Latvian's name who's got through to stage 2. Over to you, Stephen.
Yeah, I had it on good word the day after we commentated on his group last week. Artem Zhuzhin is the correct way to pronounce it. And we was having a discussion upstairs, wasn't we? And it's great that he actually came up to us and you know, made us aware of that, because it's always difficult and you never quite know how to correctly pronounce the names unless you're told. So yeah, hopefully that will make him feel a lot better knowing that we're pronouncing his name correctly now.
Yeah, so both S's then in his first and second name, both S's are silent. Now that is Tepchara Nu all over. Front and centre in the sporting world at the moment is the Open Golf Championship, and he's the kind of player, if you played golf, you would have an eagle on one hole, a double bogey the next. You never quite know what's going to happen. Sometimes it's brilliant. Other times, well, he can miss balls and leave the table absolutely wide open.
Yeah, the pot shouldn't have really been an issue there for Tepchai. It was only made slightly more difficult as his concentration was on the cue ball. It looked like it was always going into the black, which it did in the end. And to what sort of cannon he would receive, that was the unknown. And that's where his attention was lost. You have to knock the ball in, at least then you get the next shot. And look at the chance he's given away here to Zhang Anda. Well, this table is, as you would see down the club first thing for most professionals, just chuck the balls out the case and just get your arm going. What a chance this is for the opening frame.
Maybe I'm setting myself up for a fall here, but I think he's one of those players, Zhang Anda, who's ideally suited for this kind of chance. He's very dependable in amongst the balls.
Yeah, and the thing that surprised me the most actually this morning when I was just having a little look over the players' head-to-heads is that Zhang Anda hasn't actually beaten Tepchaya on the professional tour before. The only win he had over him was in Q School in 2011, so the fact he's not had a victory over Tepchaya really does surprise me. Because you know what you're going to get with him. You're going to get an open style of match and often this sort of chance.
Yeah, it's 3-1 to Unnu in their head-to-head. Including a 5-4 win for Unnu in last year's German Masters in the last 64.
Which really was a great victory for him, wasn't it? To beat him in a deciding frame, you know, in a time of his career when Zhang Anda's playing some of the best snooker we've ever seen from him, full of confidence and right at the top of the world rankings in and around the top 16 for the last few seasons at least. Been a great rise to the top of the game, and he's become a force to be reckoned with. I was on the receiving end of first event of this season, the Wuhan Open qualifiers. He played fantastically well.
34.
I didn't play bad, he just played a little bit better, and was sat in my seat watching him go about his business as he's doing here. You look at his action and technique and you just think, Nothing can possibly go wrong. So compact and so consistent.
40.
And why I said he was so dependable in this kind of situation, obviously for these guys, this opening is the height of simplicity, but I think one of his great assets is concentration.
Yeah, and simplistic is a word that you would use to describe Zhang Ande's break building.
48.
No doubt about it. He very rarely plays a shot where something could go wrong. It's all very easy,
49.
very close control. Reminds me a lot of Ding Junhui when he gets in amongst them. Cue ball rarely travels, and that just makes his next shot a lot easier.
56.
Sometimes I think snooker players can try and be a little too clever for their own good.
57.
And I count myself in that category at times when I'm in amongst the balls. You're looking for a killer shot when really there's no reason to play it. Either way, all the work was done for Zhang Ande when he came to the table here. This was a great chance and he's taken it.
65.
Yeah, quickly, in a single scoring visit, in fact, we've arrived at frame ball. He's the world number 12 at the moment, Zhang Ande, the highest ranked player left in this tournament.
72. $79. Zhang Ande, 79 in the frame.
With it being the first frame, there was a outside chance that Tebchai Unu would come back to the table and try and pot a few balls. He did not bother. Zhang Ande, break of 79, a nice clean start to the day.
A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Frame 2 about to begin on table 1. Zhang Ande has drawn first blood against Tebchai Unu. Slower going on the other table. First frame of the day still very much in progress. In fact, 8 reds remain.
Second frame.
Joe O'Connor and
Zhang Ande to break.
Nagon Yi are level at 18 points each. since I started covering snooker in 1988. I dread to think, I've got no idea how many frames, how many matches I've seen. But I'll tell you what, one match at the Saudi Arabia Masters last year involving Zhang Anda was definitely in the top 10 most remarkable matches I've ever seen. Well, not a bad pot and a half-decent kiss, I suppose, because the cue ball was lifted mid-table. Now, if you're listening to this, Ben Wollaston, that is, I'm sorry to bring up an old memory, but in that match over in Saudi Arabia last year, Zhang Anda beat Wollaston 5-0, and he had 4 total clearances, 3 138s and a 128. And he didn't do anything like that, i.e. miss a ball.
Yeah, that was just a ridiculous session of snooker for Zhang Anda. Absolutely remarkable what he did out in Saudi Arabia. It just goes to show the level that these guys can play at. It's, you know, there's a lot of players that can do that on the practice table. There are very few players that can do it on the match table. And of course, the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters will be back next month, the next big event that will play host to the whole professional circuit out in Jeddah. Of course, Tapchai was involved in a match in Saudi Arabia as well, wasn't he? Against Chris Wakelin, I believe it was, where didn't he lose the frame or win the frame from 80 points behind? Something daft like that.
I think he made the second highest break ever to lose a frame, 78. What's appealing about this match we're watching is
17.
it is the quintessential clash of styles.
Yeah, it's a perfect place to start, isn't it? Oh, as that black just finds an awful lot of that far jaw and still manages to wriggle in. Just the pace kept that one in. Zhang Anda so very clever in the tactical department. Very good safety game, but can he contain the brilliant potting of Tapchai and Nu? You're absolutely right. It's a real clash, this.
32. $33. $40. $41.
Well, just come up a little straight on this black. Limited to what he can do with the cue ball now. The obvious red is the red left of the pink. He's played that nicely.
48. $49.
Look at that. No hesitation whatsoever. Oozing natural talent.
56.
Hard to believe. It wasn't back in the mists of time where he was in danger of losing his card. And maybe that's why. Just when you think he's going to win a frame, something like that occurs for no apparent reason.
Yeah, it's classic Tapchai, isn't it? the shot he's played from the black into the reds was beautiful. It was a shot that had to be right, and he got down immediately to play it. Couldn't have struck it any nicer. Absolutely perfect on the red to middle, doing nothing with the cue ball. Well, it's not a clear-cut chance to steal the frame, this, for Zhang Anda, but it's a chance to at least get back in it. He'd love to try and develop those reds off the side cushion, with the reds being over the middle pocket.
Yeah, if you theoretically connect the dots, he could have two for the price of one, i.e. take both reds off the side cushion in potting the red to left middle. Could do that possibly, and he could dislodge the awkward blue off the other red that's close to the middle pocket. It all sounds quite simple, but you need a lot of precision for that to happen.
Yeah, but he's just got so many options as to bring those reds out, hasn't he? 3 or 4 choices, really. He's guaranteed a shot to bring at least one out here. Pop this red in the middle. Catch the red on the cushion, may bring the other one out as well. Yeah, he'll be happy enough with 17. That. They're now both in play.
Yeah, because of the blue, you can't really say he's favourite for the frame yet, but his odds have definitely shortened. It's that middle pocket again.
17.
Well, I'm very surprised he's missed that pink. The fact it was off the spot made it a little bit easier. He should never have missed it, but look at that from Tepchaya. Incredible. Big misjudgment there, going cushion first. So a second bite at the cherry for Zhang Anda to steal this frame. I like the shot you suggested a few moments ago. Leave that red by the middle pocket and try and bring the blue out from it. You've got baulk colours to land on potentially as well.
8.
If you pop the red in the middle, try and push the blue over the green pocket, you'll have options.
9. $16.
The whole frame could rest on this. I think we can give him the pot. It's just how the blue comes out. And that's very nice indeed.
24.
Yeah, the key shot was from the black. He just had to lay the cue ball up into a big area, actually. Guarantee himself low on that red, and it was a guarantee that he'd bring the blue out, and for me, a guarantee that he'd push it over the green pocket. So a great chance now. He's one good positional shot away. Get nice on this yellow. choosing to pot the yellow here purely because he didn't want to pot the green and get that back on its spot as it doesn't pass the blue.
26. 28.
Looking at the cue ball anxiously. He didn't want to leave too much angle on the green. He needs to clear down to the pink.
Thirty-one. 35. 40. 46.
Zhang Anda inflicts quite a blow on Thepchaiya Anu's chances.
Zanganda, 53 and
53 clearance when Anu really should have equalised. He missed quite a simple red to middle, then he should have potted a red going cushion first. He failed on both and Zhang pounced. 2-0 it is.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Good start to the day, as you might expect from these two. Although, in terms of how the match is going, not a good start for Thepchaiya Anu. If Zhang Anda were to win this frame, well, he would put the other three players in the group under immediate pressure. And Thepchaiya Anu's chances of qualifying for finals day would be hanging by a thread. The first frame on table 2 has been quite a slow one. But Joe O'Connor is going to win it. He's 30 in front on the green. Right behind the green to pot it, actually. Yes, the green is in, so Joe O'Connor will lead Ngonyi 1-0. Stephen, when you're waiting in the wings and you're involved in the second match in these groups, the one thing you don't want to see is a 3-0 win for one of the players up first.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because you've only got the 3 matches yourself to play, and it puts you bang under pressure in that match. An ideal result for every other game than the one you're involved in would be a 2-all draw, because that limits the points to both players. Of course, you can't pick and choose the results. You've actually got no control over any other.
Okay, Stephen, you're the analyst. Tell us about that shot.
Well, I'm speechless. I'm bemused. I've got no idea what he's just played there.
1.
That was an incredible shot selection from Tabchaianu there. I've got no clue what he was trying to do. Oh, wow. Goodness me, how was the cue ball? How has he potted the black from high the right side and gone in the left middle pocket? He's arced the cue ball into that middle pocket.
Well, he purposely used the side of the bunch there to hold the cue ball. It is travelled a little too far to make this a certainty. Far from it. It's a horrible shot, especially when you're 2-0 down.
But he won't be shying away from them. He never does, and well, he's been so unlucky there. What an attacking shot he's played. The black was a tough pot, as you say. Went into the reds full-blooded. He's actually... Look at how spread they are there. He's tied them all up, it seems. He's pushed them back safer. Well, he's looking at this as a 2-ball plan. But look at that. There's so much distance between them. And they're far from set. What other options does he have? I don't think the referee declared touching ball.
Yeah, add into the equation awkward queuing and no guarantee of position. Surely there's no point in taking the risk. That might be the lengthiest shot time in Tabchaianu's career.
This time Jaganda does get the touching ball, so just sorts out that little problem.
Ian off when he potted the black was just extraordinary. He was born on Christmas Day, was Janganda. He was given a gift by that strange shot from Anu, and then the snooker gods snatched the gift away.
Yeah, it doesn't actually look possible to go in the middle pocket with all those reds being there from the right side of a high black.
Yesterday we saw a classic example of how important it is to be persevering. You can recover from a slow start. Dylan Emery did that. He was 2-1 down to Sahil Nair in his first match. 37 down in the next frame and cleared up with 70 odd and never looked back. So Tepchaya most certainly could do the same. Somehow salvage a 2-all draw and go from there. But this is no picnic, this shot.
Yeah, and this is the sort of shot that has to be going in. Mr. Red to the opposite middle in the previous frame and just about finds the brown.
5. Six.
The overall winner of this tournament receives a place in the Champion of Champions back here at the Mattioli Arena in mid-November. And I think having Tepchaya new in the field would please many organisers, spectators,
11.
TV, because he is so entertaining to watch.
Now, looking at that main cluster by the pink, I'm not sure if any of those pot anywhere.
16.
So it might be an idea to pot this red, leave an angle on the black and go into them, whilst that red is at the back of the pack.
17.
Just provides a little bit of a guarantee that you might land on one. Oh, he's missed them completely. Potted the black a little thick, which meant
24.
the screw could take earlier on the cue ball. Still, what a massive target he's just missed there.
Triangle. 24.
Well, this is a little bit of trouble for Zhang Anda. Tepchaya is cut off the right side of the table, the right side of the reds. So he's trying to find a thin contact, sneak behind the red on the left side cushion. Well, he's gone a little thicker to go through the bigger gap, and it's a good line. It's shy of pace, though. Now, I just wonder, will Tepchaya be tempted? Doesn't take much. He's got a fairly decent cue ball there, Zhang Anda, using the green to cut off a number of reds.
Zhang won the second frame from well behind, and if he gets an opportunity here, the way they're spread, he could definitely do the same in frame 3.
That's a really classy shot. He played it thinking it would be the only red he could leave, and you could see that little side tilt of the head there from Zhang, because he knows that it's a good job that red went in. Haven't seen the cue ball catch that red by the black. Look at this for a pot.
1.
Yes, there's no doubt in my mind he wouldn't have played it had he thought he would get the kiss. But it worked out a treat.
It's amazing, isn't it, the psychology of this game. He stood behind that long red thinking it's a free shot. It's the only red I can leave. And of course, with that mindset,
16.
he knocks it in quite effortlessly. If he stood behind that shot thinking, if I go for this red, I'm guaranteed to hit that red by the black spot, he misses the red probably 8 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10 maybe. The psychology of this game is everything.
Yes, and another compartment of the game's psychology is
25.
the ability to concentrate for sustained periods. And as I mentioned before, that's one of Zhang's calling cards. I've seen him play some extraordinary sessions where he's not just been in the zone for a while, he's been in the zone for frame after frame. And when he's placed in this kind of situation, where it is all about just going from one straightforward shot to the next, doesn't get ahead of himself.
33.
Doesn't get too excited. He just goes about his job with ruthless efficiency. Now for him, that was a very poor shot. If he's not on the red to middle, that was uncharacteristic.
Yeah, it's very tight, you can see, and if he isn't, he does have a red to right corner, but it's awkward queuing over the top of another, which isn't a nice shot, because look at the angle, the cue ball's coming off the red, which means he may have to just take his medicine or play a big shot, which makes it very missable. Oh, he's played that so well.
39.
That is such a good shot.
Yeah, especially because he's not the tallest. And that kind of shot, well, he made it look easy when it wasn't.
Probably the shot of the match, really. Queuing down over a ball like that is hard enough when you're just dropping them in. But the fact he was having to input a little bit of pace to the cue ball made it so much more missable. And he was leaving reds as well.
46.
That was superb from Zhang Anda.
Fifty-three. 59.
3 frames,
60.
3 breaks over 50 for Zhang. And this is frame ball. Could the winner of the International Championship in 2023
66.
be seriously ramping up his challenge for a second world ranking title?
68.
As for fan favourites Tepchara Nu, it is the worst possible beginning to the day. Yes, mathematically he could still top the group, but he needs everything, including results out of his control, to go his way.
80. 86. Sang Anta, 93.
Breaks of 79, 53, and the clearance there to finish off. Tepchara Nu made his mistakes. Zhang Anda hardly made any of importance. He wins 3-0. Next up, it is two players who performed excellently in the first phase of the tournament. Steve Maguire against Yuan Sejun.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't understood what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really getting to the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back. The action today is going to be thick and fast. Match 2 already, featuring two players who both performed tremendously well in the first phase, dominated their groups. Stephen Maguire was involved in a group on the opening day of the event. As for Yuan Sejun, well, he made 3 century breaks in his closing match of the first phase. Came close to making a 147. So I think, Dave Hendon, we're in for a treat with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a while, actually, for Stephen, hasn't it, since he played in it. But Yuan Sejun, as you say, those 3 centuries, he'd actually already topped the group. So you could have just gone through the motions. But in fact, he produced 3 great breaks in his last match and already a great red. Little kiss would be nice, wouldn't it? Oh, it'd be golden, in fact. So an immediate chance. I certainly think he's a definite contender to become the next first-time ranking event winner. And obviously this would be an obvious tournament to achieve that. Still only 25. It feels like he's been around a long time. But yeah, because he did drop off the tour, had to come back on through Q School. He's definitely a player who I think all the other players are quite wary of. And there's something as well to be said for settling down quickly in this format, which I think he does generally in matches. You know, this is not a best of 19 where you fill your way in. You've got to really, from the get-go, be on it.
Off to a good start on table 2, Joe O'Connor, who's made breaks of 63 and 50 in taking a 2-0 lead over Nga Onyi.
Yeah, it's just generally a more serious feel around the venue now, because of course everyone here has won a group. There's no weak links now, so if anything, the players know they've got to up their games from here on in. 4 days, the second stage, and of course the last stage on Wednesday.
Yes, you win a group today, you're into the last 8, which for some would be a ranking event first, a new personal best.
Yuan Sejun, 2 semi-finals, including last season the German Masters. He got to play at the Tempodrome in Berlin and the one-table setup, which is one of the best atmospheres of the whole season when they go down to one table there. got himself in the top 32. That's important because there are certain events, the home nations, for example, where top 32 is seeded through to the venue. So be looking to bet himself in and climb as high as possible. Just running out of loose shreds here. So approaching the point where he needs to disturb something.
24.
And then he could be away again. And could he make, if he does land on one, it would be a 4th century in a row, wouldn't it? Because he made the 3 in a row in his last match in the group, albeit a little while ago. Okay, the red clearly goes to left middle.
31.
I think he's one of those Chinese players, Dave, who, with the triumph of Zhao Xintong at the World Championship, I think he will have come to realise, if he didn't already, that he's got the game for big things also.
I think there's a lot to be said for seeing one of your good friends doing well. And, you know, you may well have beaten them plenty of times, you know, in practice. It's not like some untouchable star. It's someone you know well. Now then, as I say, this is the last loose red now. So just
39.
freeing a few more.
Yuan Sijun trails 4-2 in head-to-heads with Stephen Maguire, but he's beaten him in a couple of big tournaments, most notably in the last 16 of the World Grand Prix in 2019. 4-2 he won that match. But he does know from personal experience just how well Maguire can play. When they met in the final qualifying round of the World Championship last year, Maguire won 10-6, made 3 centuries.
Yeah, I remember that. And of course, that round traditionally is not really about playing well. It's just about getting to 10. But he did play well. Maguire got on a bit of a run to the quarters at the Crucible. Even with the extra length there, he was still stretching, but he's still going. This is a good start if he can keep it going. Just want to lay down a marker to the Scotsman. Well, it was a nice effort, but it could have worked out better in terms of landing on the next red nicely. And, of course, now he's opened everything up. If he were to falter for Stephen Maguire, there's this thin red to left corner. If he gets this and lands on a colour, it's surely 1-0. Very coolly done.
And what really helped there was, it was thin, as Dave said. He hit it as thick as he possibly could, which helped retain the cue ball in mid-table. Well, if he does go on to make a century, I'm counting it as 4 on the trot.
58.
Yeah, I mean, he's never been away, isn't it? He's just been carrying on from where he left off a couple of weeks back. Well, he was, and then he misses that. That came out of nowhere. Wow. So, Steve Maguire gets a lifeline out of, as I say, completely nowhere.
And this visit could mould the whole day. Over on table 2, Joe O'Connor. It was a lengthy first frame, really scrappy at the start. But he controlled the second, and he looks as though he's going to control the third as well. As for Maguire, oh, you won't like that.
No, not so much the 4 points, it's the offering up the chance to pot what realistically is frame ball. You need to colour off it, but you can make amends for missing a far easier red by knocking this one in. But again, everything's on, isn't it? Worry to miss. So for that reason, surely going to try and screw the white back for a little bit of safety. Well, he played a hole for the blue, so it's lap of the gods where the red finishes. Oh, well, just kiss the yellow, brown blocking it. Seems like a big frame already, really.
You're absolutely right there, Dave. There's a tangible feeling of cranked up intensity. And quite rightly so. So much to play for.
Yeah, and it feels, it's a long event this, we sort of joke about it, but the end's in sight now, isn't it? It finishes next week. And if you're here on Wednesday, there'll just be 7 other players who can win it. So today's all about getting through to that last day.
Well, again, he could have left an easier initial red, but at least he has left a pot on this time. It just seemed as though Yuan Sejun was a certainty to win the frame, and then totally unexpectedly he missed that bog standard red. And now Maguire could bring down the hammer.
He's always been very good, Steve Maguire, at winning crunch frames because he has that sort of mentality. He understands very much the psychology of them. Of course, he's a long-time practice partner. John Higgins is probably the best we've ever seen at taking out a frame from here. You feel though every frame Steve Maguire plays, it's kind of living on the edge a little bit. We know that he can get on his own case. We equally know under pressure he's very, very strong. Everything's there, isn't it? So it's just a question of keeping this going. Yuan Sejun really was looking good when he was in initially. He's had a couple of half chances since. Seems surprised the cue ball has finished there. Maybe just a little bit of a bounce, or could have hit it too hard. But anyway, he's still in business.
Yeah, he's got some leeway. So by taking the brown, he'd be 48 behind with 51 on.
14.
The handshake has occurred on the other table. Joe O'Connor did beat Ngonyi 3-0, and he finished off with a 103 break. The 87th century of the tournament so far. This won't be a century, but it could be
22.
A vital contribution. Not just for these two, but for the other two players in the group. So he's done the maths. Red, black, and all the colours
28.
will enable Maguire to steal this frame by a single point.
29.
Of course, Maguire was for a long time a member of the top 16, but it just feels
36.
sort of disappeared from view a little bit in recent years. He's been sort of popping up now and again, though, of course, runner-up in the Welsh Open last season. 27 in the world. Clearly he's trying to get himself back up towards the 16. Realistically, you've got to win a tournament
38.
to do that, but again, you absolutely would not count that out. He's a formidable competitor. I know he doesn't enjoy the sort of qualifying environment, but that's a necessity. If you drop down the rankings, you have to go to the qualifying venues and just try and get the results. But I think it was quite interesting that
41.
he was here on day one. He was here on day one. That's a bit of a statement maybe for the new season. Maybe a sort of new approach, new thinking. Going to embrace it rather than sort of fret about having to come to these qualifying venues, which of course this has been for various tournaments.
45.
Well, this has been superb. Okay, you answer, Shun. You might say the architect of his own downfall, but what a clearance. Full of authority, almost cloaked in an aura of inevitability.
Maguire.
How about that from former UK champion Stephen Maguire? What a way to start your day. Daylight robbery. He leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
how the narrative changes in the BetVictor Championship League. Dave and I, in the last frame, went from talking about a possible 4th consecutive century in the tournament for Yuan Sejun to talking about how Maguire stole it so well.
I really genuinely, it's easy to say now he's done it, but I kind of did say it before he did it. I think he genuinely is one of the most reliable when it comes to clearing up Maguire. He's got a lot of self-belief, which is why I think sometimes when things go wrong, he can get on his own case a bit. But that was very cool, wasn't it? And a real body blow to land in frame 1. Of course, he plays the last match tonight against Zhang Anda, who's already won 3-0, so it could well end up the group decider. We'll see. That unit where he practices, I've not been, but I've heard reports from Alan McManus and others. It's him, John Higgins and Anthony McGill, and it is just a room with snooker tables. It's not a snooker club with all the sort of distractions. It's all business. It's just about playing snooker, nothing else. So if you're going there, you're going to work.
Do you remember that film from years ago with Richard Pryor, Brewster's Millions? Well, he had to get rid of a lot of money in a very short amount of time. Could have gone into that unit and played those guys for a few quid. I think they would have taken a lot of money in an extremely short amount of time. That is one tough school up there.
One.
Well, that was a little cheeky. Could it turn into something? Another big shot required.
Yeah, the brown's bigger, isn't it, really, because there was safety sort of within the shot he played there, but there won't be here. He's playing for a red, so he needs to get this brown. Yeah, very confidently cued. So 2 good shots off the back of losing, for him, a bad frame.
5.
I remember when that tournament you mentioned, the 2019 World Grand Prix, as we see the brown again, that's when Stephen Hendry was rhapsodising about Yuan Sejun, and he got a bit of stick for it, actually. But, as I say, still only 25, so got plenty of time to have a very successful career. I think in some ways, though, we've seen why Stephen Hendry would like him. The 2 shots he's played there, very attacking, particularly the brown. There was no sort of, dollying up to a colour or playing it safe. It was all out, trying to get the frame 1 in 1 visit. Very much the Hendry way. And, of course, Stephen Maguire can tell you all about that, because when he was a teenager, he went to Stirling day after day to practice with Stephen Hendry. I think early on, a lot of it was fetching the balls out for him, but what a opportunity to learn from the person who at the time was considered the greatest ever.
By the way, the first frame for Yuan Sejun was the first frame he's lost in the tournament. On his initial group with 9 points, 3-0 wins.
Clearly didn't realise the black was going to impede the red just off the black spot, so this is much more difficult. And he has missed it. That wasn't easy.
13.
Also in the first stage, Maguire came through with a maximum 9 points. He lost his first frame, then won his next 9. horrible shots to play. At that angle into the middle, there's a very small target to aim for.
One.
I know what you were saying earlier, Dave, about the way he was here on day one. The way he was in the qualifiers, actually. He took a phenomenal performance from Marco Fu to beat him in one of those. And I get the sense there's a renewed sense of purpose.
I think, yeah, he's realised that if he's going to be back towards the top of the game, he's got to dig himself out of the qualifying environment, and that means coming to that environment with maybe a better attitude. He said something very funny last season, actually. He wasn't meaning to be sort of harsh, but at one of the qualifying venues he said he'd won, and he said, I don't like to complain about venues, but this place is the pits. Now it was typically very trenchant, but clearly he enjoys, as all players do, being out in the big venues where he can still produce the goods. We saw him get to the Welsh final, but to get to the Welsh final, you've got to get through the early rounds, the outside tables first, where it's maybe not as easy to motivate yourself.
9.
Always been very hard on himself. I remember a story you told me, Dave, years ago.
11.
You went up to the Scottish Masters qualifying competition, and he was very frustrated with the way he played in that. Not exactly the highest profile snooker, and yet he wanted to give of his best. He expected to give of his best all the time, and when he didn't, he boiled over.
Yeah, I think he's just from that background where, you know, it kind of really matters. And also, he knows how well he can play. As he looks to get into the reds, the cue ball's just stuck to them. So that's a disappointment.
16.
That could have been, on another day, 2-0.
Well, at that pace, that is an unbelievably dull reaction.
Stephen Maguire. 16.
Well, that didn't work out.
I just mishit it, didn't he? This was the previous shot. That was a little unlucky not to land on one, but then the next shot, he's kind of mishit.
So did Maguire's terrible safety, has it worked in his favour in a roundabout way? Well, when you clatter into the reds like that and you don't leave anything, that's really lucky. I think Maguire wanted the cue ball to be slightly to the left of where it is. But he's left really awkward cueing in mid-table nevertheless. Match 2 of the day on table 2 is underway. Elliot Slessor taking on Hayden Pinney. Don't tell me he's got away with it again. Well, the red near the black spot squeezes through the gap, but this is to a semi-blind pocket. This is very missable. Nicely done, and that should yield a few.
Well, we'll never know. But if Johan Sijun hadn't missed that red in frame one and won that in one visit, you know, he could really have taken control. But maybe he's been a little unsettled. And Stephen Maguire, of course, the opposite. Real injection of confidence for him. First frame back, clearing up the way he did. And now he's in with a pretty good chance, you've got to say, to increase the lead. He only made 7 centuries last season. Now, this is someone who's made over 500 in his career. So scoring-wise, you know, he wasn't really hitting the heights. But he's had a break, as everyone has. He didn't qualify for the Crucible. Gao Yang beat him, actually, in the penultimate qualifying round. So it's been quite a layoff, and maybe that's why he was kind of raring to go again.
10.
Well, if he carries on playing like this, he'll make more than 7 this season. I think that's a stone-cold certainty. Emerging into a very good match player is Elliot Slessor.
14.
And the man from the northeast of England has just potted frame ball black in the opening frame against Hayden Pinney. 46 in front, 43 on.
15.
Yeah, first frame definitely secured now.
Yeah, it does seem likely that Joe O'Connor v Elliot Slessor, the last match, is going to be the decider, and they're kind of similar players, I think. 2 players you could definitely see winning a tournament.
22.
Joe O'Connor's been in a couple of finals, Slessor a few semi-finals. But only one, of course, he's going to go through to the final group.
$29.
Stephen Maguire will be in Wuhan for the world ranking event out there. He beat Krish Gubazani 5-1. But he will be
36.
missed from the British Open. Lost in the first qualifying round of that to Marco Fu. 4-3 after being 3-0 up. Fu in the last 4 frames was inspirational, playing at a rapid rate of knots. This hasn't been inspirational, but it's been really solid stuff. Oh, lovely shot. That really was good. Play to the scoreboard. He's 45 in front. This frame ball.
42.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing flashy there. Take the red. If it comes to a battle for snookers, you know, Maguire is so experienced. He's going to have to be a really good snooker to elicit the points. Already the brown on the cushion. This is old school stuff. Didn't quite get the snooker to the yellow, but, you know, he's in the John Higgins mould of kind of closing frames down. So, not over yet, but a successfully laid snooker required here for Yuan Si-jun. Could have been in one, though, there, so that's just a slight missed opportunity to really put him in trouble. Maguire just keeping cool with that hand fan.
In his first group, Maguire beat James Cahill 3-1, Michael Holt 3-0. The match that impressed me the most was a 3-0 win over Liam Graham. It wasn't a high standard. The balls went very scrappy. It was disjointed from pretty much start to finish. But Maguire's attitude was exemplary. He just stuck at it. That was one of those instances where Maguire wouldn't have minded had the red been fluked in.
Yeah, well, it's getting harder and harder now, isn't it? Got to hit the red. Otherwise, surely 2-0. Yeah, and he's conceded.
Well, Stephen Maguire looked as though he was going to lose the first frame. He pinched it, and now he's 2-0 ahead.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
The question here, can Stephen Maguire, who's been Mr. Cool in this match so far in more ways than one, can he match Zhang Ganda's opening 3-0 win over Tepchara Nu and join Zhang with 3 points and the best possible frame difference? He's 2-0 up on Yuan Si-jun. And the great thing for Maguire is if he can make it 3-0, he would then go into the next match on this table in 5 minutes. After this one is finished, he'd go into that one full of beans.
Well, Yuan Jun, of course, can still get a draw. All is not lost in that case. But if he loses with the quality in this group, it just seems unlikely he could win the group if he loses the match, because, you know, we've gone up a level. Obviously, now we're into stage 2. They're all group winners. Yeah, good length on the safety from Maguire. Yuan just tapping the table. It's amazing how a match can just turn round on one shot, because we didn't see Steve Maguire in frame 1 until, of course, Yuan Jun missed that red just out of nowhere. He'd played some terrific shots before that. Now he's bang under it here. If he leaves a red off this shot, that could be it.
When you split the reds like that, it can be either costly or hugely beneficial. One of the determining factors is whether you get the cue ball deep into baulk. Yuan Jun has, and so the pendulum swung. Okay, the pink is out of commission. Well off its spot, tied up next to a red. But apart from that, there's no development work to carry out here. Whoever gets in first should make quite a few. Well, the in-off means that the distance between object ball and cue ball is large, but the opportunity to place the white with his hand gives Yuan Jun several options.
Wow, that's worked out brilliantly. It was a great pot. Plum on the black. So, let's see if Yuan Jun can return to not only the form of the first half of the first frame, but of course of the group that he won.
Well, as a red goes in with a black, let's not forget he had a chance of a 147 in that first group. Made 104. The balls were really nicely placed, apart from the penultimate red, which he missed down the left-hand side rail using the extended rest. Had that gone in, I'm pretty convinced he would have done what Fan Zhengyi did last night. Make a max.
16.
He would settle for something in the 80s right now. When you're 2-0 down in your first match in one of these groups, you're just desperate to mitigate the damage with a draw.
Free. $28. $29.
Yuan, one of 9 Chinese players into the last 32 of this tournament. Maguire is the lone Scot.
$36. $37.
Well, for a split second there, heart in mouth time. The red caught the near jaw, but just about decided to find gravity.
So far so good, but that was the case in frame 1 as well.
45.
So really needs to nail this now. As I say, he can still get out of this with a point. 2 matches still to play. I think it's more likely now in stage 2 we're going to get some tight groups that may even come down to high breaks, because the players are pretty evenly matched because they've all won a group. Couple more reds needed then, and he should be on the scoreboard. Zhang Anda, I'm sure, would love to see a draw. If you've won 3-0, that's an ideal result in a match you're not involved in. I mean, Zhang, of course, we'll talk about again later, but he has got a huge amount of points coming off this season. Because on the 2-year cycle, he was runner-up in the English Open, won the International Championship, runner-up in the Players' Championship. He needs points, and OK, this is not the biggest point scoring event, but the 33,000, if he won it, would be an early boost to him. Be a boost to anyone, let's be honest, at this stage of the season. Champion of Champions place as well. Anyway, this red, and it's going to be 2-1. It was a great red he got in with. He landed nicely on the black, but then it was could he keep it going, and he has done.
Yeah, it's very early days in this group. Zhang's highest break in the first match was 93, so that's a target. That can tell you over on table 2, Elliot Slessor is going to take a 2-0 lead over Hayden Pinney.
75. 82. 83. 88.
Well, if high breaks are to play a part, then this is a chance to set a target, and then he misses that. Still a winning break.
88 in the frame.
Yeah, Maguire remains in his chair. It was a red from distance and a single visit frame. So, Stephen Maguire's lead cut to 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Before table 2 got underway today, it looked as though a favourite to win the group would be either Joe O'Connor or Elliot Slessor. And the way things have worked out so far, that's exactly what might happen. O'Connor, a 3-0 winner over Nagon Yi earlier. Now Slessor going nicely, 2-0 up on Hayden Pinney. And Slessor remains on the table after this match to take on Nagon Yi in the final match of the session.
.88 then from Juancic on the break in frame 3. This is the last of the match.
You mentioned, Dave, that Zhang Anda would love a 2-all draw. I think the same applies to Tevchorin Nu. He's not out of the equation just yet. That would be a delightful result for him as well.
Yeah, I mean, whether it'll be this one, I can't say, but there'll be at least a couple of groups, I think, that's going to come down to maybe the last frame or just a very sort of tight metric, maybe even high breaks, because, you know, everyone's proved themselves already by winning a group. And I think when you start out in this event, you know, the end seems a long way off, but it doesn't now. It's next week, and there's a chance to take a trophy, to be the champion, to be in the champion of champions here in Leicester in November. So the stakes have risen as this event has gone on, and as I say, now we're into stage 2. Chris Wakelin, who was excellent yesterday, wasn't he, in the commentary box, made the point, you know, the shootout wouldn't be regarded as the biggest deal on the circuit, but if you win it, and the way he won it with that century in the final, completely transformed his career. He's now a top player, and it really started there with the confidence of doing that in front of a big crowd. In fact, it was here, wasn't it, in Leicester? So the Championship League, whoever wins it, if they're a new ranking event winner, that could be the real start of something for them in terms of their whole career. Or maybe in the case of a Stephen Maguire restarting his career.
Wasn't happy with that one. Is the blue coming to his assistance in a major way? Don't believe it is. It's clearly very, very tight. When a player has 3 or 4 looks, you know it's borderline. He committed, and it's worked out a treat. Right into the heart of the pocket, and almost immediately, Johan Sejeun in amongst the balls, as he was in the previous frame. Well, to be strictly accurate, as he was in the first frame.
Seven. Eight. Fourteen. 15. 20. 21.
Played that with check and dropped it on a sixpence. But a good start to the season for Johan Sejeun. Apart from winning his first group in this, he negotiated Wuhan and British Open qualifying. He beat Zhu Yichen 5-1 to make it to Wuhan, and then Jamie Jones 4-3 on the black to qualify for the British Open. And Davey's got a lucrative assignment coming up pretty much straight after this. He is in the Shanghai Masters field. He plays Zhang Anda in round 1. So no wonder he looks sharp. He's got a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, he'll be playing Zhang, of course, at 5 o'clock here today. But yeah, the Shanghai Masters is a huge event. It's kind of the the Masters that we know at Ali Pali in China, with top 16, the 4 highest ranked Chinese players and 4 young wildcards from China as well. Very prestigious, big money. And that's coming up July 28th. First chance to see some of the
35.
real biggest names in the sport. The world champion Zhao Xingtong, Judd Trump, Ronnie O'Sullivan, all making their season debuts there.
It's not taken an awful lot to potentially eradicate all the good that Maguire did in the first 2 frames. It was a red from distance, remember, that launched Yuan Sejun's break in frame 3, and now just a safety misjudgment from Maguire has led to him sitting down for a lengthy period in frame 4.
47.
Well, he freed the black. I think more importantly, he freed other reds as well. Always a danger when you're stretching like this.
Yeah, it's just gone wrong. I mean, it's just a fact he's not the tallest. You know, Ben Merton's there or someone like that wouldn't have had a problem, but he was at full stretch. He's lost his way. You could see he's annoyed because he gets on a red here, surely 2-2. But as it is, completely lost position. Good lead though, 54. But it was a good lead in frame 1, wasn't it? And Maguire cleared up.
Yeah, from a nigh-on identical situation in terms of the scoreboard. Ask Stephen Maguire now one of those multiple choice questions they give them at tournaments. Name your favourite colour. It would be green. It's doing him a massive favour.
Well, ideally he wants to remove the danger of the red near the pocket, but there's danger lurking with other reds as well.
And miss. Stephen Maguire. 6.
I clearly can't see the potting angle of the red near the pocket, so it's going to go back.
Yeah, replacing the cue ball shouldn't be too much of an issue because it was so close to the green, and so the snookering ball did give the referee a point of reference.
Anya Hoden from Poland, who refereed her first Maximum last night, Fang Zhengyi. I mean, it's nothing to do with the referees, obviously, but it's still nice to be involved and to see that close up. The fear for Maguire here is that he not only hits it, he cuts it in. Lands plumb on a colour. Well, that's second best.
Looking quizzically there.
Table 2, Hayden Pinney has pulled a frame back, so Elliot Slesser's lead reduced to 2-1. Pinney has dominated that frame. Of course, he was one of the most unlikely group winners in terms of how he won the group on Monday. Barry Hawkins was the favourite, but Pinney, having lost early on, with 4 points, still topped the group. He had to win 3-0 against the Hawk, and he did.
Well, what a pot. Already in a position of considerable strength in the frame. A draw is now looking increasingly likely, although there is work to be done because 6 reds on the table, 4 of them are quite awkward. Terrific pot, that.
He's only going to need a couple of those, isn't he? That's the thing with the lead he's got. Yeah, he's done well, Yuan Sijun, to get over what happened in frame 1. It seems like he sort of monopolised the table in this match. So if you weren't to at least get a point, that would seem, I'm sure, to him like an injustice. But it's up to him to pop the balls, of course, here. Well, you're going to have to make this plant. So you line them up. So 60 the lead with the pink means he needs 1 more red.
3 players are on the verge of being delighted. 1 player is on the verge of being annoyed.
Well,
12.
Could have finished better. It's another thin cut, this. Black tied up helps, I guess, because Maguire is going to need big colours, of course. This red, and he's going to need a snooker. Yeah, and then it goes.
13.
Hard fought, interesting. And it means that Maguire's match against Tepchira Nu next is pretty much a must-win for both.
16.
Yeah, he's shown a lot of fighting spirit, Johan Sejun. Not just losing the first 2 frames, but the manner in which he lost the first. That could have led to him being really downcast.
$22. 23.
Didn't get the purchase on the white to swing it wide enough, but Stephen Maguire's had enough anyway. And consequently, this group has taken on another look. It's looking good for Zhang Anda, even though it's very early on, because a 2-all draw suited Zhang down to the ground. Maguire will come back in 5 minutes' time, hoping for better fortunes against Tepchaya Unnu.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from. I mean, you want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So we've reached stage 2 of the BetVictor Championship League, and these are the results so far. On table 1, Zhang Anda, perfect start, 3-0 over Tepchara Nu. Steve Maguire and Yuan Shijun played out a high-quality 2-2 draw. Table 2, Joe O'Connor has beaten Nguyen Yi 3-0. Elliot Slessor currently 2-1 up on Hayden Pinney, and Pinney has a chance there to take the draw, so it'll be the same pattern, actually, as table 1. Steve Maguire, Tepchara Nu, our next match on table 1. This promises to be, I think, an open match, certainly, and no doubt an entertaining one. Of course, Tepchara has made the worst possible start, losing 3-0. Maguire with at least a point on the board, even though, of course, he looked like he could get all 3 there. I'll tell you, someone who would love another draw, Zhang Anda.
Yeah, a draw would play right into his hands, wouldn't it? Oh, that's a cracking opening red from Tepchaya. Needs a little cannon. Well, he hasn't got one. He is on this yellow to the right middle. It's a tough pot from the jaws of the pocket, but you see he's straight down again. He doesn't refuse much, does he? Oh, he's dropped down as if that was over the pocket. Goodness me, what a pot that was.
He's a player, you sort of hold your breath, don't you, watching him, because we know he's a supreme talent, but it's got to work, hasn't it? That's the thing. If it does, he looks as good as anyone's ever looked. If it doesn't, then it's kind of the opposite. And in the first match, he wasn't on it, but it's not to say he won't be here. Hayden Pinney's going to get the draw. He's well in front in frame 4, so that's a terrific performance from him, from 2-0 down to Slessor. And again, Joe O'Connor, who's already won, will be delighted.
11.
He had a couple of good chances against Zhang Anda in his opening match, and, well, pretty much a classic Tepchaya trait. Got nicely in front, got the balls everywhere, and missed an easy ball to break down. Well, that's worked out, an absolute dream. 17. The cannon to the red has come down, and cannon the black out back into open play.
Breaking 90 from Hayden Pinney to win that 4th frame. So 2-2 with Elliot Slessor, and Slessor stays on to play on Yi next.
The red just north of the black currently will be his target very soon. That just opens the black up completely. And now he really can get to work, and in no time at all he's building a healthy lead, and the balls 20. Are nicely spread. It's a bit of an event when you're playing Tepchaya, it feels. You can play what you think is a good safety shot. Feel like you've just blinked and already he's 30, 40 points in front. He is really so quick.
Yeah, I guess he's reminiscent of Tony Drago from Malta, who was a real quick player, the quickest ever, actually. He once won a frame in 3 minutes, made a century in 3 minutes. But you had to be on your mettle because you had to sort of really concentrate. You have to concentrate against slow players, but the same against really quick players, because if you're not careful, you get sort of drawn into it, don't you? Playing at that pace or trying to.
Yeah, it's so tough to play your own game, actually, when you're playing against someone like Tepchaiya. He lures you into playing an open attacking game, and it's never bothered me because that's how I like to play as well. But against certain players, it does affect them. It can work the opposite way, as you say.
41.
If a really slow player is just dictating the pace of the match. We actually had Tony Drago at our club not long ago for an exhibition, and you thought, has he maybe slowed down as he's got older? He hasn't. He's absolutely rapid still. You watch him, you're on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, he was a great character, great player as well. In the top 16 for several years. I remember one season he beat Stephen Hendry 3 times. Anyway, Tepchaiya still going. Needs to get something out of this match. Really needs to win it to stand a chance of winning the group, because he's got one more match to play against Yuan Sijun later. It's a sort of stage now, I think. Now we've got all the group winners, they can kind of cancel each other out. So you think, okay, Zhang An has set the pace, but this could all end up very close tonight. They could all beat each other, and it could be a sort of one for the abacus.
56.
Yeah, we've whittled the field down now, and every single player that's playing in this stage 2 thoroughly deserves to be there, and they're all brilliant. It really is difficult to pick a winner, and Tepchaiya knew, although he's the bottom seed in this group, in terms of rankings, he's got a positive head-to-head against every single one of the players in the group, so it really is wide open.
And if high breaks were to play a part, then maybe this contribution is significant. That should have won him the frame, that black. He'd like, obviously, to continue now, try and make a century. Hasn't done that, so not quite over.
Yeah, and that'll annoy him a little bit as he heads back to his seat, because it is just one snooker to tie for Stephen Maguire, but playing on as well for table time. Should have got on a red there. Wasn't forced into playing the cannon to the 3 reds. He had 2 loose ones available. This is a frustrating part of the game for a player, having made a big break and failed to get that 1 extra red off the table. Just playing on.
They last played each other at the Turkish Masters 2022. It went to a decider. Tepchaiya was the winner, but nothing recent to go on.
Well, that's a fantastic pot, and it was frame over. Had he have missed it, I think his hand was played there for him, Stephen Maguire, because of that red being over the middle pocket. Couldn't get the cue ball back into baulk, but what a brilliant pot that was. Obviously couldn't play on the black from it, so that means he will need 2 snookers now.
7. Stephen Maguire, 7.
Didn't have the desired angle on that red to get back down for the black, and he's limited to what points he's got to play with. It's a massive favourite, Tepchaiya. The reds being up in the other half of the table, doing Maguire no favours whatsoever.
can just pop this, then it's surely his frame. His first frame of the day.
One.
He's the sort of inspirational player. You could see him winning 3-0, winning 3-0 later. You know, it's the sort of thing he does. But as he misses that brown, that shouldn't matter. Well, he's not missed it. But Maguire in between had conceded anyway. So Tepchara Nu has run through frame one.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Tepchara Nu 1-0 up against Steve Maguire. If you're just joining us, Tepchara lost to Zhang Anda 3-0. Maguire's drawn 2-2 with Yuan Sijun. This is the last match of the session, the third of the 6 matches that will decide who goes through to the final day of the Championship League. We never thought we'd get there, but it'll be next Wednesday.
Had an attempt at that long red, Stephen, there. The only red he could leave, and it would have been very unlucky had he have left it. Sometimes when you're playing Tepchai, I've played him a couple of times myself, and you're sort of scratching around trying to find ideas of how to contain him. Such a devastating potter. Maguire will know that though, so experienced himself.
One.
Well found. It was a poor attempt really from Stephen Maguire to leave that red available to Tepchai. Well, surely he's not snookered himself on this red. Body language is always a good indicator to us. He doesn't look too pleased with it. Can he just turn the red over with a trace of left? No.
Tepchai 6.
Oh, that's such a careless, easy mistake to make. It's a cheap error. Not leaving himself on that red. Now Maguire's got the chance to get up for the blue and get the reds open straight away here.
1.
Well, he'll be happy enough. I mean, he's got plenty more reds into open play, although his next shot is a key positional shot coming up. His tricky little cutback. I think the black will pot to this right corner. Will he try and thread the cue ball around the back of it? Or across the face of it? If he gets this shot right, it's a great chance to win the frame. Played the percentage shot there, back up for blue. Again, just chasing his cue ball for a fraction. Wrong side here.
He's been chopping and changing his cue, hasn't he, for a couple of years now. He's had a lot. Just wonder if he were to win this Championship League, whether he would sort of stick with this one. Something that didn't used to happen years ago. Quite often players would actually just have the same cue their whole careers, pretty much.
13.
Yeah, I think it's something in recent times that we're seeing a lot more of. But Steve Maguire is certainly the name that you think of when you mention players swapping and changing cues. It's incredible how many he's gone through. Makes you think that he doesn't actually have his own cue, if that makes sense. He's used so many that he can't possibly feel comfortable with one. Hopefully this is the one.
16. $23. $24.
So that main cluster of 7 reds, the bottom few will pot. As you pot one, it will release the other to the opposite corner. So just take this lone red right of the black just to completely open up the black spot. And then a few key
31.
little positional shots coming up. You see that red at the back, just by his hand there, pots to this right corner, which will then release the far right one to the left corner.
$39. $40. 47.
Well, Tepchai will be annoyed sat in his seat watching Maguire mop up the points that should have been his. He was under no pressure from his blue to land on a red with so much area to leave his cue ball. And it looks like it's going to cost him the frame.
53.
This is the enigma, isn't it? Tepchai knew, as we've already said, capable of brilliance, and then just capable of just the odd,
54.
unexpected, unforced error that can be very costly. Certainly against a player of the quality of Stephen Maguire.
Yeah, it's amazing because at times you can look at Tepchai and think he's just going to steamroll this match. When you're sat in the opposite seat playing
61.
against him, seeing him knocking everything in off the lampshades, and then a mistake comes like the one he made, and if you can step up and stand up and take the chance like Maguire is doing here, it lays down a big marker and it almost feels like you've got Tepchai where you want him. It changes the match instantly.
I wasn't sure at first if he was on that, but you could tell he was by the way he walked around the table, because you just watch Maguire. If he wasn't on that red, you'd have known about it. As it is, the frame is basically done. And Chang Anders hopes, no doubt, for another draw. Are getting closer, aren't they? One each. Chang, though, it's worth saying, he's got to play 2 more matches. As I say, in this sort of group with this quality, you could see them all cancelling one another out, and it might come down to frame difference. It might come down to high breaks.
69.
Yeah, and the players will know that. And every time they get a chance, a good scoring chance, they'll be doing
75.
everything within their powers to try and clear the table, because as the level of the players has gone up, that high break target, sorry, may come into it.
Well, he only made 7 centuries last season, Steve Maguire. He's already made 2 this season. Just reflective of what Phil was saying earlier. He just made a more positive start to the campaign. The fact that he was here on day 1 of the Championship League.
83.
And players can request when they play, so the fact that he wanted to come in early is a bit of a statement. Of course, he's off the back of qualifying. He may have actually just stayed down because the qualifiers were here, rather than sort of commuting back to Scotland, which is a 6-7 hour drive.
No, I don't think this red does pot into this middle pocket. Looks like there's too much of the knuckle there. Very, very tight, and it would have to be absolutely dead weight if you're going to attempt it. He's got to try and flick it out. Looking at the brown. Well, this would be a delicate little one.
And he got it out as well. He just didn't pot the brown. But a fine 84, that's the most important thing. And Stephen Maguire emphatically levels up at 1 each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Good stuff. Steve Maguire keeping cool with that little hand fan. Yeah, the tournament directors, Marcel Eckhart and Rob Spencer, not immune to the weather conditions, went out and got those fans for the players.
Maybe need a word with security because this event is played behind closed doors. I'm not sure how that fan got in. Well, a similar attempt at the long red to one he knocked in the opening frame. This time got nowhere near the pot. And once again, Maguire comes to the table with very little to do. 5 reds in open play also. It was a massive misjudgment on that long red. Caught it way too thick. Was trying to find the cue ball around the back of the black to safety.
Six. Seven.
Nicely played positional shot there. Plenty of left-hand side.
12.
Changed the direction of the cue ball off the baulk cushion. Played into a big area and played to perfection. Once again, back out for the blue.
13.
Wasn't too much pressure on landing the correct side with that red being near the baulk line. But he has done.
$18. $19.
Now, big chance to bring everything into play. This pink is being carefully spotted beneath its own spots, close to it without touching the reds. John Pellew, with a steady hand, decides against it. Redirects it to the back of the pack. Look at the angle he's got on this red, Stephen Maguire. He's going to be potting it.
25.
Got the chance to screw into that pack, back out for the blue. He'll bring everything into play in this one shot.
$26. 26.
So he has got everything into play. Great chance for Maguire. Just wincing a little. That red has just narrowed the angle on for the black to left corner, and of course blocking it to the right.
Yeah, it's made quite a difference actually. He'd like to get it back into open play, but of course he's building a lead, so there might not be too much value in that. Just maybe chip off the reds. He's got enough in open play to work off the blue. Yeah, I can't blame him for that.
32.
Just leave that black well alone.
Hard to believe it's now 21 years since Steve Maguire won the UK Championship in 2004.
37.
Beat Ronnie O'Sullivan along the way. He'd beaten Ronnie in the British Open just beforehand as well. And at that point, he looked like the game's new star, and he was really, but
38.
Couldn't quite consistently win tournaments. He's won 6 ranking titles in total. That's a lot of players would love that many on their CV, but there's a few that have got away as well.
Yeah, you look at him and you think, how has he only won 6 titles? And there's a lot of people that would love to win 6, but that's a compliment to him, I suppose. He's such a good snooker player. He's a proper snooker player as well. He plays the game the right way. So clever. And another player that technically very little can go wrong.
49.
Again, they're playing the percentages. Had an angle on that red to maybe get that black back into play, but no value. No value whatsoever. The frame is at his mercy now. And should anything go wrong, then that becomes Tepchai's problem to solve.
Yeah, Tepchai knew since that pretty elementary error in the last frame has not contributed much, if anything at all. Hasn't been allowed to.
56.
Check of the scores tells him he needs another red after this, and should be 2-1 in front, with a chance to get to 4 points at the end of the session. He would be top of the table if he did win this match, with one match, of course, later against Shangander, the last of the session, so by then he knows the exact position. I think everyone in the game thinks of Maguire as a top 16 player. He's ranked 27 now, and the rankings don't lie. But one good week in a big tournament, he could well get back there again. Still needs this in.
$62.
Yeah, you're right what you say about everyone thinking of him as a top 16 player. When the draws come out for an event, if you've drawn Stephen Maguire, you instantly think, oh, top 16, cheers. Because he's that good, and you know it's going to be a tough match, and you're going to have to play very well to beat him.
Yeah, I was saying to Phil, I think his issue in recent years has actually been coming to qualifying environments, you know, long drive, not a lot of atmosphere, just doesn't suit him. But get him at a venue, he can beat anyone. We saw just last year at the World Championship, he had that pretty lively match with Sean Murphy that he won on the way to the quarterfinals. Yeah, he felt he'd missed that.
Steve Maguire, 67.
But that 67 break
On the flip.
to follow the 84 in the previous frame puts Steve Maguire 2-1 up. He needs one more to take the 3 points.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Yeah, breaks of 84 and 67 from Stephen Maguire to lead Tepchara 2-1, but of course he was in control, or so it seemed, against Yuan Sijun. That ended 2-2. He'd be certainly disappointed with another draw, as well as he's played in this session. To come out with just 2 points means he's unlikely to be the group winner, but if he can win this frame, he'd be on 4, and seems likely then that that match with Zhang Anda later would decide things. Still 1-0 to Elliot Slessor against Nogon Yi. She's in front actually in the next. Elliot was very unlucky going into the reds off the blue. A red one in the middle pocket. At a rather bizarre sort of angle, and on Yi 39 in front in that frame. We've seen a lot of break-off shots in this tournament go badly wrong, and that's another one. Tepchara's left the red. Maguire's cut it in, and so just looking to carry on where he left off.
Yeah, and he's landed absolutely A1 on this brown, should he wish to go into the reds. That red just left of the pink might be an issue. Would like to avoid that if possible. Didn't catch the main bulk of the pack, caught the pink, and that's why he's stuck.
5. Touching ball.
Well, the consolation touching ball is declared.
Steve Maguire, 5.
See how annoyed he was there as he headed back to his seat. Was absolutely livid that he didn't land on a red.
He's kind of the opposite of Tepchara Nu in that sense. Maguire just seems to live on the edge every shot he plays, whereas Tepchara, if anything, maybe is a little bit too much the other way. He's sort of too relaxed at some points. But everyone's different. Well, that's not going to please him, clearly.
Now, does the red pass the pink? Or has he just teed up a plant? Well, he can get through to this, no problem. So, one good positional shot here. Up for blue. Oh, he's missed the red by an absolute mile. Well, look at how far away he was from this. Just playing with a touch of right-hand side to get back up for the blue has possibly just thrown the cue ball a little thicker into the red. Never threatened the pocket.
Nogoni is going to win her first frame of the day. With the half-century so far against Elliot Slessor, who was unlucky, it's got to be said, the way his visit ended. Red, someone's gone in the middle, splitting the reds off the blue. But that's not Onyi's problem. She had to try and make a winning break, and she's done that. First woman to appear in the last 32 of a ranking event, which is what this second stage is. She was here yesterday practicing hard.
So not quite able to send the red back into the pack. That cue ball is tight to this baulk cushion, but immediately Tepchaya is down. And knocking the red in. Wow, that is so good. At that pace, from underneath the baulk cushion, that is so, so good.
Yeah, he's just so hard to predict, isn't he? Capable of sublime snooker, capable of straightforward errors. If he can just focus here, it's an early chance to possibly salvage the draw.
Oh, he's got the chance to screw right into that gap, into the main reds. Surprised he's not playing it. This red would have been almost an insurance policy going into them. Would have been available
16.
to right corner. Well, he's going to have to go into them at some point, which is why I was surprised he didn't play it then.
Well, we'll see how far he gets. Meanwhile, here is Onyi. She's on a break of 79 here, so a chance to make a century. And as we know, high breaks can determine placings. Oh, as Tepchaya misses that black. Wow.
17.
But this is good stuff from Onyi. As I say, very dedicated player.
86.
And also has a terrific attitude. She always seems to be smiling when she's not playing and just loves the game. Simple as that. Sure, she's very proud to have made it into this stage, winning her group. And it'd be great to see her complete a century here. She's on a break of 88.
One. 91.
So Maguire with his chance, but let's just see if Onyi can complete the ton. You would think she will now. Blue is for the century, so this is excellent. Slessor was a bit unlucky early in the frame, no doubt, but then it's down to whether Onyi can take advantage, and she's done that really, really well. It's her third century on the World Snooker Tour.
106.
And just kind of raises the stakes. She's not out of this yet. I know she lost 3-0, but if she can continue like this for the rest of the day, who knows? Terrific stuff. 113 clearance from Nogoni.
Yeah, every credit there. That was a brilliant break. The chance was there for her, but she stood up so well and took them. The early stages of that break were quite tricky. Becomes the 62nd player to make a century in this tournament as well, which is quite incredible, really. Nearly half the field of players have made a century break.
Yeah, that is what has changed over the years. I was saying the other day, you know, you go back 30 years to the World Championship, say there were 40 centuries, Stephen Hendry would have made 10 of them, you know, and Ronnie probably would have made another 10. Now, pretty much anyone on tour can make these big breaks, which is why we get so many of them.
I think Tepchaya made a really big error in his decision early on in that chance. Broke down so quickly. Just can't understand why he didn't go into the reds when he had the perfect angle on the black. 2 shots later, he missed a high black, playing with a touch of run inside. It was missable, but think the shot prior was the one that cost him. Good long pot, but he isn't on his colour. Quite get into that cue ball as he wanted to, Stephen Maguire, so his break is probably going to end at 1.
It's a time for discipline, though. It's a big frame, isn't it, overall in the group, this? Not just for these two, but for the other players as well. A draw doesn't really suit either, but it would suit certainly Zhang Anda and indeed Yuan Sijun, because it just sort of cancels out these two players. They take a point each. Of course, if Maguire wins the frame, he takes 3, and he'll be on 4, top of the group for now.
Yeah, it's massive actually, because I think if this does end a draw and then Zhang Anda wins his next match against Yuan Sijun, then the group will be done, which we don't often see. Usually goes down to at least the last or second to last match.
Yeah, it's not what you'd expect, I guess, at this stage with the players so evenly matched, so this is why every frame really is vital.
Was almost close to a disaster there. Got dangerously close to that red and yellow in playing safe, but having just drifted past it, it's a pretty good shot. It's trouble for Maguire. The majority of the reds are, maybe all but one of the reds are unavailable to him, so very limited to what he can do. It's a pretty good return. Be happy with that. Well, the red is nowhere near where he intended for it to go, but look at this queuing for Stephen Maguire. Slap bang on top of that yellow. I suppose the pace he's going to play it at, there's a chance the cue ball will go in behind the blue. Might not leave anything should he miss it. Well, he's potted it anyway. That's a great pot. And followed it up very nicely with that pot on the yellow, so back in the business end of the table. And now with that little developing cannon also, this is a match-winning chance.
think we expected it to be an open match. It has been. Tepchara-Nu's just been guilty of a couple of errors that have helped hand Maguire openings, but Maguire's played nicely as well.
Thank you. 18.
He's 44 now, but as we know in modern snooker, that's certainly not veteran status. Still time for more success for the Glaswegian. And if he could win this Championship League, and there's still a long way to go, but if he could, he gets in the Champion of Champions, and it just sets up the possibility of a really successful season. There's a chance of the World Grand Prix, getting in that, and just being more involved in some of the bigger tournaments, which he's sort of been sitting out in recent times.
26.
Yeah, and last season, but for that run to the final of the Welsh Open, it was, on paper, it looked a really poor season from Stephen Maguire, results-wise. I think on the whole, he'll be much happier with his form currently. He's looking very strong.
33.
The thing that impressed me the most about his first group as well is just his attitude all day. He was just so professional and
34.
Played the right shot every single time, even when the frame was won. He was very patient as well.
Well, he could have won both of these matches, but it looks like he's going to win this one. It puts him onto 4 points and in with a really good chance later against Xianganda of winning the group.
42.
I think in Maguire's position, playing back-to-back, 4 points is the minimum you're looking for. You'd like all 6, obviously, but a win and a draw is in good shape.
49. 50.
So he's over the line and satisfied enough, I think, with his afternoon's
56.
work. Third half century. And he's not done yet.
57. 64.
He's already had breaks of 84 and 67.
66.
66 to close. So Steve Maguire, who was held to a draw by Yuan Si-jun, has beaten Tepchara-Nu by 3 frames to 1, and the Scotsman in good shape in the table at the halfway stage of this group. Yeah, so he's got 4 points and is top for now. Of course, Xianganda's only played 1 match. Yuan Si-jun not necessarily out of it yet. He's got 2 to play, but Tepchara-Nu played 2, lost 2. He's not going to be clearly the group winner. But Steve Maguire happy enough, and as I say, he plays the last match later against Xianganda, so by then he will know the exact position, what he needs to do, but he's very much in the mix to advance to the final day of the Championship League. Remember, action continuing on table 2. Elliot Slesser, Nogonye, you can watch. It's 1-1. You can watch it on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. We've got a bit of a break, and we'll have the final set of matches here on table 1. So we'll see you later. For now, from us all here in Leicester, it's goodbye.
very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
This evening, two players will leave the Mattioli Arena safe in the knowledge they will be involved in finals day at the BetVictor Championship League. Welcome to Leicester as phase 2 of the season's first world ranking event gets underway. Today's two groups have reached their halfway stage and they remain very much up for grabs. Over on table 2, Group A is currently topped by Elliot Slessor with 4 points from 2 matches. Hayden Pinney and especially Joe O'Connor retain hope of being number 1 when it matters most, but Nagot Onyi will not be going any further. Don't forget, you can enjoy every match on Table 2 by accessing the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, on Table 1, Group B has so far lived up to expectations. With a win, a draw and 4 breaks over 60, Steve Maguire leads the way, although Zhang Anda was victorious in his solitary first session outing. However, Tepchiro Nu will not be lifting the trophy. The evening session starts on Table 2 with a crucial contest that pits O'Connor against Pinney. Here on Table 1, it's an exclusively Chinese affair as Zhang Anda looks to strengthen his prospects at the expense of Yuan Sejun. The most important session of the tournament so far is about to begin.
Very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
This evening, two players will leave the Mattioli Arena safe in the knowledge they are going to be involved in finals day at the BetVictor Championship League. Welcome everyone to Leicester as Phase 2 of the season's first World Ranking event gets underway. Today's two groups have reached their halfway stage and they remain very much up for grabs. Over on Table 2, Group A is currently topped by Elliot Slesser with 4 points from his 2 matches. Hayden Pinney and especially Joe O'Connor retain hope of being number 1 when it matters most, but Nagon Yi will not be going any further. Don't forget, you can enjoy every match on Table 2 by accessing the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, on Table 1, Group B has lived up to expectations. With a draw, a win and 4 breaks over 60, Stephen Maguire leads the way, although Zhang Anda was victorious in his solitary first session outing. However, Tepchai Nu will not be lifting the trophy. The evening's play starts on Table 2 with a crucial contest that pits O'Connor against Pinney. Here on Table 1, it's an exclusively Chinese affair as Zhang Anda looks to strengthen his prospects at the expense of Wan Sejun. The most important session of the tournament so far is about to begin. So no real definitives yet, apart from the fact that Tepchai Nu and on the other table, Nagon Yi cannot finish as number 1 in the table, so their interest in this event will end today. As for this match, well, if Yuan Sejun were to lose, he would be out as well. Joining me for this one is Stephen Hallworth, and I think both groups are very nicely poised.
Yeah, absolutely they are. It was a big result, actually, Stephen Maguire's in the match just before the little break. Getting that victory over Tepchai Nu has kept this group alive, really, because had that match had finished 2 each, that would then mean that Zhang Anda would have only needed to beat Yuan Sejun in this match, and it would have all been over. So it's going to go right to the wire again, you feel, as most groups have done. Zhang Anda very impressive in his opening match against Tepchai. Played very, very nicely, as you've kind of come to expect from him these days. But Yuan Sejun is no pushover, and I'd go as far to say is produced one of the best performance, if not the best performance of the event so far in his Group 1 against Sanderson Lam.
Yes, you can't get better than 3 centuries in a 3-0 win. They're not making any contact at all, though. They have played twice before, 2 relatively low-key matches. Zhang Anda has won both of them. 5-2 and 4-2. Of course, first and foremost, Zhang wants to win the group. But he would love to win it relatively comfortably, unlike in the first phase when his progress was dependent on the very final ball of the day. He was up against Hong Kong's Kawei Chung, and basically whoever potted the black in the last frame of the day would triumph. It was a real dogfight on the black that went on for quite some time, and Zhang eventually knocked it in. It was a good pot, actually.
Yeah, that's very well remembered. It was a nervy few moments, wasn't it, for both? And we've seen it so many times down the years, a moment like that, and then the player going on to do very well. There was a moment last year for Ali Carter in one of his earlier groups where he should have been out. Went on to scrape through, and of course we all know what happened then. He went on to lift the title, so could the stars have aligned for Zhang Anda? Oh, look at that for a split. Wow. That is exactly where you want the reds in the first frame.
And bear in mind, this is from a man who in his first match earlier today made breaks of 79, 53 and 93. What an opportunity.
They've opened absolutely perfect, and there's no reason why he shouldn't keep himself on the black here, Phil.
Well, Stephen, you and I were in Saudi Arabia when he had a really good chance of making that 167 and pocketing an absolute
16
fortune. He wasn't helped by the fact the lights went out halfway through the break, so let's hope that doesn't occur again.
This is where he's so clinical as well, in and around the black spot. Very little can go wrong with his technique, and usually very little goes wrong with his cue ball. Make no mistake, he'll be thinking about the maximum.
25.
Of course, it was less than 24 hours ago we saw the very first one of this campaign be made. Fang Zhengyi. That positional shot has just gone slightly astray.
32.
Wanted to get up top side of that red. Yeah, looks like the maximum attempt has come to an end. That is a shame, although nice to see Zhang Anda remaining professional here. There's a bigger picture at stake.
Yes, I think had $1 million been at stake, he might have made a different decision. But here, winning frames, that's what's paramount.
38.
The Reds were situated like this, very similar in his opening frame of the day against Tepchayat. Just a great scoring chance and a great settler.
39.
That wasn't the cleanest pot, but he's still okay.
What Zhang Anda does well also is situations like this, when he's got the balls at his mercy, he doesn't overcomplicate things. Sometimes as a player, and I think we've all been there at some stage, there can be too many options at times, and you just kind of walk yourself into a corner for no reason.
54.
He just sees the shot and plays the shot. Usually the first one he sees is the one he's going to play.
$55.
It's a big game this for Zhang Anda because it puts the pressure massively on Stephen Maguire.
60.
If he gets the win, it's simple. Maguire has to beat him. Any other result will be enough for Zhang Anda.
61. $68. 69.
So that's the first frame over very quickly. Dave Hendon made a really good point this afternoon that
75.
because of the 2-year rolling ranking system, and because
76.
Zhang did so well in 2023, he's got a shed load of points coming off. So doing well here would be very useful indeed.
76 on the frame.
He didn't make a century, but a break of 76, more than sufficient for Zhang to take the opener against Yuan Sejun.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
A quartet of frames played today by Zhang Anda, and he's won all of them. If he carries on like this, he will take all the stopping.
Second frame. Zhang Anda to break.
He is, after all, the highest ranked player left in the tournament.
Not for the first time today we've seen a poor break off. In fact, it's been a little bit of a theme for the whole event. So many occasions we've seen that player failed to get that cue ball to the baulk cushion, and on so many occasions we've seen that lone red travel up the table.
One. 5.
Originally came on the tour in 2017 after winning the Asian Under-21 Championship. Following year, quarter-finalist at the China Championship, so an immediate impact. I think it's fair to say his career stalled somewhat. He actually dropped off the tour in 21, but got straight back on through Q School. And earlier this year, got to the semi-finals of the German Masters, beating the likes of Sean Murphy and Neil Robertson en route.
Yeah, I remember the very first time I saw Yuan Xijun. We was competing out in downtown Beijing in the World Under-21s, and he must have only been 13 at the time, maybe, barely tall enough to even see over the table.
12.
Little tartan waistcoat he was sporting, and I think he went on to get to the semi-finals of that event. Brilliant talent for a lot of years now, and finally starting to show us what he's capable of.
Seventeen. Eighteen.
Start of the season, world number 30. And the three players
25.
immediately above him in the rankings, Elliot Slesser, Joe O'Connor and Stephen Maguire, are all playing today.
So he's got options here of how to go into these reds. Half ball off the left red would be okay, or screwing into them and trying to draw a red back out with it towards this right corner. He's opted for the latter. He didn't quite get the contact to the reds that he wanted.
33.
That screw back just seemed to take a little early.
First frame of the evening looks set to go to Joe O'Connor. After that, it most certainly will. So the top seed in Group A, who began with a 3-0 win over Nagon Yi, is like Zhang Anda. 4 frames out of 4.
Well, that red must have been very, very tight. Just grazed the pink on its way to the middle pocket. I mean, it was the split that was the issue there for Yuan Xijun. Just catches that pink. It may have gone in otherwise.
Yuan Xijun, 33. 1.
Joe O'Connor Bingham on the other table with a break of 79. Already plotting how to go into that mini bunch of 6 reds.
Yeah, the pink might be just restricting him slightly. Can still get to them from the blue. Just needs to avoid that pink and it'll be perfect. Well, he didn't catch them as he wanted. Too far to the right. The pink was certainly in his eye line there. He had one sight on completely avoiding the pink. He needed to flirt with it, get close to it.
What a good pot that was. What a good pot. When you're dealing with the nap and the natural tightness of these middles, every credit.
Yeah, you're right. That's a really, really good pot. And he's landed absolutely perfect on this pink as well.
Seventeen.
This should be the frame to him. He's got reds available at the back of the pack that pot to the left corner. As he pots one, it will then release another.
$24.
Ooh.
25.
Well, he would like that one back. That's a... Well, it was a misjudgment, really, more than anything. He didn't expect to get the cannon to the red next to it. Just grazed it on the way through, which meant he's landed a little bit in no man's land here.
One of those situations where a player has to weigh up whether to get some extra points or put a colour safe. Don't think, Stephen, you can fault that logic.
25.
No, because the blue, he could clearly pot the blue, but it was only for the 5 points, and had he been 63 in front, there was still 67 remaining, so getting that colour safe was imperative there. There's no value in potting that blue. And
where the other balls are, I think it's just as well the yellow is near a side cushion, awkward. Johansson would be feeling very vulnerable right now if it wasn't. And he absolutely loves seeing another red go near a side cushion. More balls that are now horribly placed, the better for him.
Just wonder if he's got a chance to pop the red by the pink spot. Right corner pocket. Looks a natural for the cue ball to go 2 cushions, back up the table to safety. Yeah, that's a great shot. And again, it may only come to 1 point, but it takes 8 points off the table from Zhang Anda. And now this green will be getting chipped to the side rail by the red, I would presume. Just turning the screw. Well, he could have done a much better job of that.
Barring penalty points, Zhang Anda needs all blacks. Now he needs a miracle. Can't concede because he would be fined. You can't concede when you don't require a snooker, but after this, he will.
Thank you. 1. Eight. Nine.
So Johansson clinging on. Has to win the next couple of frames as well. If he does so,
16.
then the group is thrown wide open.
17. $24.
Two one-sided frames we've seen so far, but they have both gone in different directions. Consequently, it is 1-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena, where on table 2, Hayden Pinney is looking to draw level with Joe O'Connor. O'Connor won the first frame of the session with a break of 79. This, though, is a really good chance for the West Countryman
25.
to get back onto level terms. He's only played one match so far, Pinney. He drew 2-2 with Elliot Slesser. Showed a lot of heart to get that point. And bear in mind,
26.
he was the only player in the 32 first stage groups to win a group with 4 points. Had to win his last match 3-0 against Barry Hawkins, and lo and behold, he did.
Third frame. Why is he on the break?
Two big frames coming up here. And not just for these two, also for Maguire.
Never fails to amaze me just how quickly these groups can turn. 1 minute we're working out permutations as to how someone can win the group very quickly, and then a frame is won by the other and it throws it wide open once again. That's a fabulous long red. Again, the break-off proving to be the shot. Not getting that cue ball to the baulk cushion. Player of Zhang Anda's class and capabilities, he's going to knock that in more times than not.
Six. Seven.
Well, he was on the walk, Zhang Anda, but that red caught an awful lot of jaw.
And that was a nicely controlled positional shot. Just chipping the red away from another, just to open things up. Wisely chose to play for the pink here as well, which means it may not spot on its own spot, but at least it will get out the way of the main cluster of reds at the back of the pack. That just provides a clear path into them from the blue should he need it.
Thank you. 21. 22.
You know the old show business joke about it took 10 years to become an overnight sensation? Well, I think that really applies to Zhang. When you consider he first turned pro in 2009, from then until he really broke through in 2023, there were the odd sporadic performances that really impressed. But that's what they were, just isolated. Then he started to string them together.
29.
So this is the shot. Check the pack for any obvious plants, but failing that, it's going to be into them, full-blooded. Try and hold that cue ball in the centre of the table. Well, he must have fancied there being a plan because he hasn't got into them with any conviction.
35.
And that tells me there was a plan to a corner pocket, which he was scared of.
Zang under 35.
Did well there. Two things he had to avoid. One, catching the jaws of the middle pocket. Two, making contact with the green. 2 boxes ticked.
That brown is an inviting target up in the baulk area. And that little cannon to the yellow has made that target even bigger. Just having a look at the 3 reds at the back of the cluster here, Yuan Sijun. They may be set close to this left corner pocket. You can swing the cue ball round, figure of S style, get in behind that yellow. Well, he didn't get the first part right, the plant, but he'll be pretty happy with the second part, the cue ball.
Hayden Pinnay has built an unassailable lead on the other table, so he and Joe O'Connor will be 1-1 shortly. Now this is a pickle.
Yeah, I'd like to land on the red, on the top cushion, closest to the right corner. May have to get close to the blue here, though, to find that line. Ooh, not that close to it.
Foul. And a miss. 5. YC Jun.
It's quite a heavy misjudgment from Zhang Anda. How costly is it going to be? First red is no gimme. This needs cueing well.
One.
Surely can't get through the gap to the black, so the blue is the alternative. One of the reasons the cue ball travelled a little more there than he wanted to was because he hit the red on the thin side, even though it went in. judged that okay.
6.
The red to the left of the 2 together below the pink spot will pot. There's confirmation.
Seven. $14.
One semi-awkward red close to his bridge hand, one very awkward red adjacent to the pink. But if he could take the
15.
other reds with high value colours, he wouldn't have enough to secure the frame outright, but he'd be in a very powerful position.
Yeah, the 2 reds on the top cushion don't seem that intimidating
22.
either. These new cloths on these tables playing very, very slippy
23.
indeed, and the balls along the cushions have been very accepting.
$30. $31.
Today they're playing
38.
for a minimum from the tournament of £8,000. All of these players are guaranteed $3,000 thanks to winning their first stage
39.
groups. If you were to win this group, that would be another $4,000, and you'd be guaranteed last place in the winners group next Wednesday, which is another $1,000. So succeed today, and you've bagged 8,000 ranking points.
46.
Minimum.
$47.
So now the challenge comes for Yuan Sijun to try and get that red on the left side cushion away from it. He'll only need that red. He doesn't need to concern himself with the one by the pink.
54.
24 points to the good. These 2 reds and colours will be enough. Is he trying to promote it from this shot? No, leaving the high black.
55.
May have appreciated a little more angle on this black than he's got. Might have to be the double.
Now, if it was Joe O'Connor on the other table playing this, I'd
60.
heavily fancy his chances. He's brilliant at doubles. How good is Yuan Sijun? Well, the frame takes on a different complexion again, with the really awkward red close to the pink. Yuan's holding not all the aces, but 3 of them. But there is only 32 points between them and 43 on. Now, don't get under the misconception that this is easy. Okay, it's pretty close to the pocket, but that's the only positive.
It's a very nice line. That's a very nice shot. He's left the chance to play it, and he's executed it to perfection. And it's important Yuan Xijun not only hits this red, but he really could do with it safe, because any sort of shot at it, it will give Zhang Anda a chance to pot it, get nicely on his next colour to then bring that final red into play.
Yes, and given Zhang's deficit, any amount of penalty points would be useful also.
Oh, I don't like this. Wow, that's a shocker.
And a miss. 6.
In no world should you be anywhere near that pink and red. Never in a million years should you even flirt with that pink and red.
Well, that was just illogical.
1.
A total brain freeze on that shot. It was the worst thing he could possibly have done.
And in all fairness, he deserves to be punished heavily for that, because you're right, that was, well, one of the worst shots he could ever think to play. Although Zhang Anda, I'm sure, would like that initial red back. He's got the wrong angle on this black. Well, it's an attempt to get on the red, trying to use plenty of left-hand side to check the cue or back across the face of the black spot.
8.
You could see his intent. It was to try and get on the red and try and punish the mistake of Yuan Xijun. And if he pots this red, he's got a great chance to do just that. Superb pot.
9.
Yeah, he knew the importance of that. Now it's the green to free up the yellow into its natural pocket. Cue ball a little bit fiery though. From this distance, the yellow could so easily go astray.
12.
Yeah, I'm surprised there. It seemed to be quite pacey. Because he didn't want to allow for any sort of deviation on the cue ball, playing it slower. Make sure of the green. Leave this yellow. One good strike now. Nicely on the green. Oh, he's potted the yellow
14.
thick, which meant that cue ball hasn't travelled. And this brown is going to be slightly trickier than it could have been. Just watch the yellow go into the right half of the pocket as we look. That meant the cue ball didn't
14.
travel on.
The fate of this group can well rest on the next 4 balls when we look back and all is said and done. It wasn't easy, and at least it's not been left.
Yeah, you could see the body language from Zhang as he trudged away from the table there. Gutted he wasn't able to take that chance, because that would have hurt. I still can't get my head around the shot that Yuan Xijun has played. How has Zhang Anda even had the chance to win that frame? Bizarre.
We still don't know who's going to lead 2-1 here. We do know that Joe O'Connor is going back in front against Hayden Pinney. The third frame still in progress on table 2, but he's rode off into the sunset. Remember, Yuan Xijun basically has to win this frame and the next.
Well, he won't be pleased with where he's left the brown, but he'll be pleased with where the cue ball has come to rest. Just adds an element of difficulty to this brown. And how much angle has he got? Well, none. There's the answer. No attempt.
The thinnest of snicks. Would Zhang consider coming off the top cushion first, hitting the brown and stopping the cue ball where the brown is now? The shot there was always a little dangerous, I thought. Obviously the brown isn't easy, but it is available.
Yeah, I'm with you. Playing it up the table that way, any thinner on the brown and it would have been even closer to that corner pocket, and he had to catch it quite thick to avoid the double kiss. Oh, where's this cue ball? Oh, he's okay. That would have been the icing on the cake to this frame for Yuan Xijun had that cue ball drifted into that corner pocket. His thoughts are probably a little bit clouded out there at the minute. Head's in a scramble as to how he's embraced in a safety exchange on this brown when a few moments ago he was in a position where couldn't fail to win the frame.
And look at that. I thought the only way he could lay the snooker was to avoid the black. He just glanced off it and the cue ball still went in behind. This time it was the pinker that was providing a big target. But Zhang will be disappointed he didn't get in behind that, because it would have been a fiendish snooker, that one.
This is a very good line. Wow, that's a brilliant shot. And it somewhat redeems him for the mistake he made earlier, escaping the snooker. That might have just saved this frame for Yuan Xijun. Zhang Anda's got to hit this brown. And if he does, he has to get it safe. Well, he won't be too disappointed with that outcome. Good solid contact to the brown, which is exactly what he was looking for.
Well, tactically they're throwing the kitchen sink at each other in this exchange.
Yeah, there's been some really good safety played here, actually. In a group that's been very free-flowing and full of big, heavy scoring. Quite refreshing to see a little safety exchange like this. And again, another very, very good safety shot. Complete control over the object ball there, Yuan Xijun. Perfect pace, perfect line.
On the other table, Joe O'Connor has given himself a wonderful chance to win 3-1 against Hayden Pinney. He's only got 25 points on the board, but the balls are very promisingly situated. And if O'Connor does win that frame and match, Hayden Pinney's hopes of topping the group have gone. Well, getting the black into more open play, good for Zhang Anda, because he will need it.
Who's going to blink first in this safety battle then? Feels like a brown ball game.
You would think with his greater experience, Zhang Anda would be the favourite to win this battle, but Yuan Sejun, apart from that horrible snooker escape that could have cost him the frame, he's doing nicely.
Yeah, and he's doing what every young, aspiring snooker player should do in a situation like this. If you're watching on, the object ball is the key ball in this exchange. The cue ball is irrelevant. Doesn't matter where you leave that cue ball, that brown has to be welded to a cushion at all times, and that's exactly what Yuan Sejun is doing. Because both players realise the importance of this brown ball. They're doing everything in their capabilities to get it safe. Almost got the feel of a re-spotted black frame all of a sudden, because it's all about this one ball.
Absolutely no sign of weakness yet. In fact, the opposite.
Well, that could be the first mistake, or at least offer up the first chance to attempt this brown. Zhang Anda looking to push that to a cushion. Got the pace all wrong. Yeah, it's a very good pot, considering how long they've been playing safe for, and considering the shot that he played earlier on. He's redeemed himself.
Yeah, Stephen's absolutely right. When you've been involved in disjointed exchanges for a lengthy period of time, to be able to knock in a brown like that.
15 on the frame.
Told you something about Yuan Sejun. He then adds the blue and the pink, and he moves 2-1 ahead. Zhang Anda's 100% record has disappeared.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
This is table 2, where Joe O'Connor leads Hayden Pinney 2-1. O'Connor had a really good scoring chance at the start of the 4th frame. Broke down on 30 though, so Pinney could possibly salvage a draw just as he did against Elliot Slesser this afternoon.
Yeah, and that would be a massive result for Elliot Slesser, wouldn't it?
Well, once he'd missed the red, the double kiss saved him. Back on table one, Yuan Sejun, if he can win this frame, he would go into the next match, because as luck would have it, the schedule sees him play again against Tebchara Nu. He would go into the next match with confidence duly boosted, and his chances of going through heightened.
Well, just eyeing up this red to left corner, tight underneath the baulk cushion, it's far from easy, but came around to have a look at where to leave the cue ball. It might be the only red he can leave, should he miss it. Yeah, it was a good attempt, and he got the cue ball exactly where he wanted to. Never easy when the white is so close to the cushion.
Oh dear. That's the shot you always want to avoid, the one where you hit the pack grossly thick and the cue ball has trouble limping up around the blue spot, let alone back into baulk. How costly will that be?
Yeah, I can't imagine he chose to play a thicker safety shot there, Yuan Sejun. It was just a misjudgment. Caught the reds far too thick. He's the one that's got the chance to win this match. But how pleased will he be to be getting up out of his seat so soon, only suffering 1 point. Wasn't an absolute cert, that pink. He would have preferred his hand on the table, but such a good potter, usually you'd expect him to knock that type of shot in.
What I've noticed with Zhang Anda over the years is that if he's in the groove, he pots everything. If it's staccato snooker, broken play, then he is capable of missing a lot. That was a good one to middle with a little hampered cueing. If Yuan Sejun were to win this frame and match, this group would be on a knife edge.
Yeah, and it means it goes down to the final 2 matches, doesn't it? Who's going to get the better of one another? And well, from Yuan Sejun's perspective, he stays out there, so it will be in his hands.
What a bonus, the red going to middle. The red in the middle of the bunch floating in.
There's all sorts that could happen with this group still. It could even come down to the high break. Stephen Maguire on 4 points. If Yuan Jun wins this frame and then wins the next match, he'll go to 7. If Stephen Maguire beats Zhang Anda in the final match, he'll be on 7. If the frame difference is tied as well, it will go down to the high break.
$14. 15.
Well, from his reaction, I can only guess he thought that deviated off course.
Yeah, it was a strange response, really.
1.
In the end, he missed it by quite some weight. Once again, the pendulum has swung.
You were talking about the high breaks, Stephen. It's amazing, actually. We've had
8.
14 breaks over 50 in this group so far. Not a single century. Zhang Anda has the highest break so far, 93.
9.
If he could better that at this visit, it would be doubly valuable.
Yeah, there's enough reds on the table to make a century. But I think, you know, just be concerned with the frame first and foremost, and, well, that one hasn't worked out.
16.
Usually when you're playing a cannon to the reds, you're looking for a fullish contact, but that was an occasion where he wanted anything but a fullish contact.
Zhang Anda 16.
The first two frames of this match, very different from the last two. To get a 1-1, both players dominated a frame. The third was deeply tactical, and the start of this one is exactly the same. But pots like that always trump tactical. A little unlucky, actually. He didn't get a bigger bounce off the ball cushion, Stephen.
Oh, that's an absolute screamer of a long red.
One.
The perfect pot, the perfect pace to find the arc of cue ball in between two reds. Back to balk. He's been unlucky not to land, as you say. Goodness me, what a pot that was. If he misses it, he goes into the reds and it could be a disaster. Although he'd like that one back. That was a disaster.
I appreciate these tables are very fast, but I think the art of dabbing in behind a ball colour isn't, with some players, what it should be. I know you don't want to leave the cue ball short and snooker yourself for obvious reasons, but that really was heavy-handed.
Yeah, when you're under pressure, it's a tough little shot to play. It looks so simple, but you almost second-guess yourself on your final swing, and that was maybe an example of that from Yuan Xijun, being overcautious.
That was a free shot in the sense the only red he could possibly leave was the red he went for. And even that was unlikely.
Maybe the lengthy safety battle we had in the previous frame has just played a part in dictating the rhythm of this final one. Some good safety being played.
He anticipated the 2-in-1 shot, but the cue ball has poked its head out. The pink is not the covering ball, not the covering ball that Yuan Sejun wanted.
One. Six. Seven. $14. 15.
Well, not as intended.
22.
But the result is okay. This is a glorious chance now to win this frame.
22.
Salvage the draw. It was a good start to this match from Zhang Anda. Looked strong. Yuan Sejun, though, has put the pressure on him. He's got to now respond.
And for what it's worth, if Zhang
30.
does win this frame, which looks overwhelmingly likely now, he will retain his place at the top of the table, which looked on when he won the first frame. Oh, that was a mistimed shot, though. Yeah, he'll be on 4 points if he wins this frame, together with Stephen Maguire. But his frames difference would be 1 superior to Maguire's. Well recovered. Oh, and a lovely bump off the middle pocket as well.
38.
That was a nice strike on the red. That cue ball just about put the brakes on. 40 in front, just the black required then.
But to make absolutely sure,
46.
Zhang would like to see the back of this red. So, 2-2 it is. I think the way the match went, that's a fair reflection. Two distinct halves of the match. The first 2 frames, Zhang won the first with 76. Yuan Sejun made 62 in the second. The third, predominantly tactical, particularly on the colours. This one, well, Zhang is finished like he started.
$60. $62.
And Yuan Sejun will now go into his next match, the next match, against Tepchorin Nu. Suitably disappointed.
65. 69. $74. 80.
The highest break of what turned out to be quite a lengthy match. A very intense one. And one that's provided more questions than answers. Zhang Ganda and Yuan Sejun play out a 2-all draw. Zhang will be at the top of the table for now, but 2 more matches to come, and things could change here at the BetVictor Championship League. They probably will.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take your place. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing. Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't understood a word you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So this is the standings on table 2. Joe O'Connor with the perfect record so far, 2 wins out of 2, so 6 points. Elliot Slessor on 4. They play each other last, so if Slessor were to beat O'Connor, he would win the group. O'Connor needs a draw. Hayden Pinney and Nogonyee about to play to decide the other placings. That's just about to start on table 2. Here on table 1, it's a tight one. Zhang Anda and Steve Maguire both on 4 points. Zhang top on frame difference for now. But if Yuan Si-jun were to beat Tepchara-Nu, he'd get to 5. If the last match was a draw, 3 of them would be on 5. It then would be obviously frame difference, possibly high breaks as well. Let's see though, Yuan Si-jun's got to win this match first, otherwise it will be a straight shootout between Zhang and Steve Maguire, although at the moment Zhang could actually win the group with 2 frames. But that will depend to a degree on this match now. Tepchara-Nu, just 1 point on the board, so he's not going to win the group, but he can certainly affect the positions. He made the worst possible start. Tepchara losing 3-0 to Zhang. Yeah, sorry, I say he got a point on the board. He hasn't got any, of course, because he lost 3-1 to Steve Maguire. He's got a frame on the board. Still capable, of course, of finishing the day, though, with a terrific performance. Yuan Si-jun drew 2-2 with Maguire. We've just seen him draw, of course, with Zhang as well. Well, he's opened them up, which is not really what you want to do against a player who loves to play open attacking snooker. It's been a bit hit and miss today, though, from Tepchara-Nu. He's looked good at times, but sort of flattered to deceive. He's not really put together anything decent, and that's a chance gone begging immediately. And just look at this. He's not left anything easy. He's been very fortunate. I mean, look at the table. We only had about 3 or 4 shots in the frame. So help yourself time. And of course, the high break might come into it if you look at all the permutations. It's not impossible we'll have 3 players tied on 5 frames. So what a chance to post a big one here. 5 points, sorry, not 5 frames.
You would assume that all of the players know all of the time what they need to do. I think Yuan Si-jun will be well aware that he's still got a squeak.
Steve Maguire's upstairs in the tournament office, just sort of going through the various permutations. But one of them could be the high break. His high break is 84, Maguire. Yuan Si-jun, 88. Zhang Anda, 93. So Zhang top of that list at the minute, but Yuan with a chance to, as I say, post a very good total here.
19.
You might think, well, Johan Sejourn, you can only get to 5 points. That is true. But 5 groups in the first stage were won with 5 points, and one of them was won with 4.
If he won 3-0, he'd be on 5 points plus 3 frames. So if Zhang Anda and Stephen Maguire drew, Zhang Anda would be on the same. 5 points plus 3 frames. So then it would come down, because they drew, it would come down to the high break. So this is a very important visit. If he can beat that 93 that Zhang made earlier, of course he's still got to go on and win 3-0, but it would be something in the locker. Got to be said, Charanou's been pretty erratic today, even just at the start of this frame.
Only played once before. On that occasion, Anu was at his brilliant best. A couple of big centuries and winning 4-1 in the last 32 of the English Open in 2022. But he is the definition of inconsistent.
Six. 47.
Still a lot's got to happen, but this is potentially an important break.
$54. 55.
$62 the lead with the black, so nearly over the line for the frame. But as I say, Zhang's had a 93, so we're looking to... Well, at the moment he could match it because he's got the next highest break, but realistically, you know, make a century.
$62.
Well, at the very last moment, he's changed his mind which red to play.
Very simple frame ball blue, but of course, if he knows all of the machinations, he also knows the importance of not switching off concentration.
Yes, now is not the time to start playing Judd Trump style exhibition shots. Well, just lost the white, so this could have gone pear-shaped. You'd still have a go at cutting the black in, but it's one of these nasty thin cutbacks. Is it there? Ah, terrific. Well done. That could be, again, a big, big shot today. At the end of the night, when we're looking back
76.
That could be the moment where he won this group. As I say, a lot got to happen for that to happen, but at least he can get the break in the locker.
77.
Yeah, to get past 93, he's got 2 more open reds, so ample on the table to do that.
$84.
Strictly speaking,
85.
the red on the left-hand side of the table, semi-open. But it's workable.
Well, again, another big shot this to keep the break going. And it goes, so this green is to tie the break, but as I say, he's at an 88 himself, so he's got the next highest break. Oh, he's missed the blue, unbelievable. Wow, how costly is that going to be? He's won the frame easily, but remember, Zhang Anda, if it goes to the count back on high breaks, has had a 93, and that was to tie at 93, the easiest of blues. So he's both happy and disappointed. He leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, that was a pretty bizarre miss, wasn't it? He'd done all the hard work to get himself into the position to, well, it would equal the high break in the group, but he's got the second highest, so in effect go top of that list, and then he missed the blue.
We don't know whether he understands the full permutations. We don't know that. What I will say is that it's perhaps best that he doesn't know going into this frame, because then there would be all the self-recrimination, and it might take a while to get over that blue, because it was entirely routine.
Yeah, it's a unique event, this. It's just different pressures. I mean, normally you either win and you go through to the next round, or you lose and you go home. But here, there's so many permutations, and at this time of the day, it can kind of explode your brain a bit. And that's just when you're commentating, never mind playing. Chai, of course, needs to win, and he will actually finish above Yuan Sijun in the table. He'll have 3 points. Yuan will have 2. So he can still finish in third position.
Rich in irony. A much more tricky blue, knocked in, no problem.
Knew immediately that was not going to get nice on the black. Well, it's a good pot, but I'm not sure there's anything on now.
14.
I think the red at the back of that crescent of 4 will pot.
That's a big shot, isn't it? Because he's going to be going into all of them. Got to get it.
You're on to June 14.
It'd be ironic, and therefore it'll probably happen that Tepchai will end up making the highest break. Somehow he'll make a century or something. As I say, he can still finish in 3rd position. So that's 2,000 as opposed to £1,000 and ranking points.
One. Eight. Fine.
Tepchai, who's played 4 times at the Crucible. He's had some nice draws there. He's had John Higgins twice, Judd Trump and Ronnie O'Sullivan. Of course, he should have beat Trump, really. He was a bit unlucky, wasn't he, in their decider. That was the year Trump won it, 2019. Early on, he was in, just didn't land on a red, but anyway, the rest literally is history.
17.
There's been a lot of talk lately about introducing shot clocks to snooker. With most of the top players, but especially him, that would be redundant. Caught that very thick.
30.
If he's on the red to middle, it was unintentional.
This is the thing, though. Playing quick doesn't mean you'll play well. You can actually sometimes, play too quickly, not quite sort of give each shot enough respect. Trying to recycle things with this red, and he's done that. Where's the white, though? Ooh, talk about skating on thin ice.
31.
Well, he does it his way. It's an entertaining way, for sure. He's a very popular player on tour, popular with his fellow players, popular with snooker fans. Just a bit maddening at times.
39.
Someone so talented, lacking consistency. Down at number 40 in the world. Sorry, 46 in the world. And there you go. He misses that.
Tepchai noch 39.
There's no rhyme or reason to his play. Always been the same, presumably always will be. What a beautiful shot to nothing from Yuan Sejun. Wanted the cue ball in bulk. Now in the previous match he had a chance to roll up behind the green and he didn't make the best job of it. Here is he being more attacking.
Yuan Sejun 1.
The way he's playing, is he entirely convinced he can top the table, I wonder?
Well, we were saying earlier, I mean, Stephen, very often I think when players play Tepchai, they sort of just get pulled into playing his way, and of course he likes it open. But if Yuan Sejun loses this frame, it seems likely then he is struggling.
6. 7.
The other point that must be made, when you're playing back-to-back matches, as Yuan Sejun did, maybe you're not completely up to speed with the table. That was what happened with Liu Wenwei the other day. He won a match to get to 6 points. He was unassailable at the top, and yet he went straight back out and played another match, a very lengthy one, where he gave the impression that he didn't know he was top of the table already.
Meanwhile, I knew a mile away with that red. And then a terrible shot from Yuan Sejun. That noise was nothing sinister. Nyogoni just dropped the rest on the next table. She's going to be 1-0 up against Hayden Pinay.
Three. 4.
So it's taken a few visits, but
11.
This frame is going to be won by Tepchai Nu, who can still remember finish in 3rd position. He can overtake Yuan Sejun if he beats him, if he wins the last 2 frames as well.
Yes, and we now know that the group will be won by either Stephen Maguire or Zhang Andrew Play.
19.
Next, the last match of the group of the day.
Zhang needs to draw, Maguire needs to win.
$27. 29.
It's just the structure of these groups. So often during this penultimate match, you're waiting for the last one, which is the big one. And that's certainly the case here.
36.
Messy old frame, but Tepchai Nu has won it, and remember, he can still finish 3rd if he wins the match. He's levelled at 1 each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
One all, and that means this is not going to affect who wins the group. That's going to come down to the last match, Zhang and Stephen Maguire. Zhang on superior frame difference at the moment, so he needs a draw as it stands. Not going to need 1-0 up on Hayden Pinney, but again, that's going to be decided in the last match. Joe O'Connor and Elliot Slesser. O'Connor there can draw, Slesser needs to win.
Not that it necessarily works out that way, but I think Zhang and Maguire have been the best two players in the group, so it's fitting that they should contest it. What a fluke.
One.
I suppose Yuan would prefer, if he possibly could, to store up flukes for a more important occasion. But it doesn't work like that.
6.
Well, he's got some big occasions to come. Shanghai Masters, of course, he's qualified for the Wuhan Open, for the British Open. He'll be in Saudi Arabia and Jeddah for Saudi Arabia Masters, as the whole tour will be. So he's already had plenty of matches under his belt so far this season.
Turn. Eleven.
If he wins this frame, he would ward off any possibility of losing third spot. So that would be £3,000 in ranking points for winning his first group. And if he finishes third here, another 2,000. So 5,000 ranking points from the first completed ranking event of the season. Not a bad haul. Of course, if he wins this match and there's a definitive result between Andrew and Maguire, i.e. one of them win, then Yuan Sijun would finish in second place. So that would be 6,000 points from the event.
24. $30. $31. $37.
Ugh. Out of nowhere. He misses that.
37.
So sloppy. Nonchalant.
Well, he's going to get an immediate reprieve. Get the feeling the last match won't be quite so sloppy.
1.
Just as you formulated that sentence, Dave, I was thinking exactly the same thing. That will be a very different animal.
8.
Well, we're getting closer to it as Yuan Sijun goes into a 50-point lead with this blue. Yeah, he had 2 draws, and you know, 1 draw you can kind of afford, but 2, he's asking a lot then to win. It's possible, it's been done, but you know, in a group of this quality, kind of always seemed unlikely.
14. June 14.
Just seems bereft of adrenaline and motivation. It was a case for him, clearly, of topping the group or nothing.
1. Chayano 1.
Nearly got him.
Well, sometimes when there's 5 reds on the table, a 50-point lead can be on shaky ground. This table, it could be more awkward for Anu to counter, but it's certainly not ideal. And that applies even more now.
Doesn't seem to be a huge enthusiasm here, does there? This is kind of just kind of obligatory. Let's get the match out of the way now that you can't win the group.
1.
He's taking that phrase to heart, isn't he? Nobody remembers who finishes second.
Well, Techchaya with a chance here to
7.
make a clearance and potentially go on and, in fact, relegate Yuan to 4th.
8. 13. 14.
All about the last red then on the right-hand side cushion.
21. 22.
'Nice try.
Yes, the amount of side he needed for that shot would have been extreme in the extreme.
Noch 29.
Yuan Sijun leads by 21 then on the last red. And all of a sudden, he's come back to life. At this pace, it's a free ball if he misses it, but he's not missed it. In fact, he's played a great shot. Okay, a little fortunate maybe to almost get the snooker, but it was a good hit. Needs cover. Didn't get cover, but Techchaya unable to knock it in.
It really is worth Yuan Sijun's while to win this match. He's well number 30. Can you imagine if he, at the next cut-off point, dropped out of the 32 by 1,000 or 1,500 points because he'd failed here? These things sometimes, Dave, come back to haunt you, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a very possible scenario, that. Oh my word, that stayed potted. What a shot from Tepchire and New.
What?
Problem is, I think today it's been kind of that in isolation. He hasn't been just putting the breaks together. And there you go. No good at all on the yellow. Played that very well, though, didn't he? Judged that nicely.
Now, this is all about whether the gap is there between green and brown. No, it is not. Oh, and that should spell the end of the frame.
Yuan guaranteed third place if he can win this frame. And surely he's going to do that. So he seemed he switched off a little, but when they got down to the last red, then it became a proper frame again. Guessing the last frame won't be a 30-minute grind somehow. Tepchire and New knows he's going to finish in 4th position, but of course he got the £3,000 from the first group, another 1,000 here. Bit of a ragged old frame, that, but Yuan Sijun has won it, so he's guaranteed whatever happens in the last to finish third. He leads 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
This is the scene on table 2. Nogon Yi's won the first frame against Hayden Pinney, and he's just escaping from a snooker. Nicely done. So not much in this frame. 11 points on Yi leads. Of course, Joe O'Connor on 6 points. Elliot Slessor 4. They play the last match. O'Connor therefore needs a draw. Slessor needs to win. Pinney has a point at the moment, so if he were to draw this match, he would finish above on Yi. But of course, if she won it, she'd finish ahead of him. She had a century earlier against Elliot Sless, 113 clearance. Lovely break it was.
I believe, though, it was only 2 points off her personal best.
Yeah, it was her third century on the World Snooker Tour. There's definite signs that the female contingent on tour, which was only 4 strong, have made a few strides so far this season. Rhiannon Evans at the Wirren Open is going to play Neil Robertson, so hopefully that'll be on TV. So that continues on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, which of course will also have the crunch match, the decider between Joe O'Connor and Elliot Slesser. As for this frame, there's not really much riding on it, but let's see what entertainment they can serve up ahead, of course, of the group decider between Zhang Anda and Stephen Maguire.
Yeah, there's nothing on it at all for Anu. If Johan Sejun can win this frame and therefore the match, he could possibly still finish in second.
Yeah, that's true, but it seems he's not sort of thinking about that as that red drops in. Maybe he is now, he's 2-1 up. Anyway, Tepchayev first in. Yeah, if Zhang beat Maguire, then, as you say, Maguire would be on 4 points. Yuan could get to 5 before that.
Eight. 9. 16. 17.
I didn't quite go to plan.
24.
But this could be a plant. Can you just make it into a plant? Oh dear. Hang on. Oh, you're kidding. Oh, you're kidding. The black. 25. Little flick off the black. No time to apologise. He's not the black in. The cue ball's gone in. It's anarchy, Phil. It's anarchy out there.
I was about to say, if Tepchayev Anu wins the frame at this visit, it might well be the quickest frame of the entire tournament. Scratch that from the record, Your Honour.
This is your last night, Phil. You're off to Jeddah for the World Pool Championship. Looking forward to that?
Yeah, very much so. The outside temperatures will be sweltering over there, but the inside temperatures at the venue will be much cooler than it's been here for the last few weeks. Yeah, Fedor Gorst defends the title. As Johan Sejun makes another mistake. Yeah, potential winners of the World 9-Ball Championship are numerous. If he hits top form, I'm picking Joshua Filler.
There's all sorts being played now. Yeah, the Pool World Championship is on the Green Halls in Jeddah, which will be the venue for the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters next month. The whole tour will be there. Judd Trump defending the title. He won in Riyadh with that last gasp win over Mark Williams.
Yeah, both the big snooker and pool events in Saudi. Last time, both went to a deciding frame. Both were highly dramatic. Which is not a word you could use for this match.
Certainly not this frame. It's just sort of begging to be put out of its misery, really. Nogoni 2-0 up against Hayden Pinney, so guaranteed a point with a chance to get to 3 and thus finish above Pinney in 3rd position, with Joe O'Connor and Elliot Slessor to contest the group decider. Remember, O'Connor can afford a draw there. Slessor needs to beat him because of the frame difference at the moment. Well, in fact, it's actually because of the points difference. O'Connor's got 6, Slessor 4.
One.
Well, we were just talking about 9-ball pool. That shot in 9-ball is known as an Al-Qaedi because he won the World Masters with it. Length of the table, double on the 9. You see it quite often in 9-ball, very rarely in snooker. And a blue like that, maybe even more of a rarity. What a shot that was.
6.
What now? Oh, a safety.
Yuan Sijun 6. One.
When is a fluke not a fluke? When it doesn't matter.
We had a match one year in the Invitation Championship League between Fergal O'Brien and Peter Ebden, which was actually, to all intents and purposes, a dead match. And
8.
well, the names are a giveaway. They could not have tried harder. It was like blood, sweat and tears. This is not quite that.
Yeah, Mark Johnston-Allen was commentating on that match, and
15.
I think it was rather a struggle for him.
Tep Chai, look at how he's playing these shots now. He's inventing his own shots.
21. 22.
At least he's enjoying himself. I tell you what, this might catch on. Still needs a red.
28. Chayano 28.
Well, that was one of the most extraordinary mini breaks I think I've ever seen.
One.
The yellow goes past the brown, so this red could be really useful for you, Anne.
Well, it's worth saying again, if he wins 3-1 and Steve Maguire loses to Zhang Anda, Yuan finishes second as opposed to third. Extra £1,000 and ranking points.
Yeah.
16.
He's either unaware of the situation or he doesn't feel the need to get the extra grand. Although if he does clear up here, every credit. His play has been cavalier throughout the whole match.
18.
That was brilliant, though, the green down the baulk rail.
$25.
Don't think I've ever seen him so animated. Looks like he's giving it away. It's going to be another draw. He's 3-2-2 draws for Yuan Sijun. So he's not been beaten, but equally he's not going to finish now in second place. It'll be third, Tepchire fourth. Well, it was entertaining, and it's finished level 2-2. So, as I say, Yuan Sijun, 3 draws for him today, and third position, Tepchire fourth. The big match, though, to come in 5 minutes. Zhang Ganda and Stephen Maguire, the group decider.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take your place. I mean, you want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Best of 4 the first frame. Stephen Maguire to break.
Steve Maguire and Jack.
One. Giancarlo, 1.
So the equation's pretty simple for Stephen Maguire. He has to win this match. A draw would suffice for Zhang Anda. Been a pretty good day of snooker in this group. Always looked like it was going to be tightly contested, and I suppose it's right that it's come down to the final match.
1.
I mean, I'm assuming Zhang knows what he has to do, but I think you don't want to be thinking about, I've got to draw. You just want to win. But fact is, if he gets to 2 frames, he's in business. He's not in business here, though, I don't think. Because he made the perfect start. He beat Tepchar and knew 3-0, and then he saw Maguire draw. So right away, it always looked like Zhang coming into this last match would be in good shape to have a chance to win the group. Oh, can he pot this red? He could. He doesn't give much away, does he? You know, you wouldn't have known from looking at him whether he was on it or not, but he's potted it.
Brown ball.
Yeah, and you think back to his first group in phase 1 against Kai Wai Chung, that final game came down to the final black. And he was fractions away from not even being involved in this phase 2, and fast forward to the present day, he's got a very realistic chance of booking his place in the final group. It's amazing how quickly things can turn around in this format. Amazing how the stars can align as well.
14. $21. $22.
If he can win this opening frame, then it really puts the pressure on Maguire. He would have to obviously win the remaining 3.
$28. $29.
Such a big frame, this first one, particularly in this short race. And because Zhang knows what he needs to do in this match, if he can convert this chance, Maguire's got to play pretty much perfect snooker for the remaining 3. Or get a little bit of help from his opponent. And there might be a little bit of help.
35. John Ganda 20, 35.
Oh, this red is going to be left hanging in the jaws of the pocket. Stephen Maguire trudges back to his seat, already 36 points behind. Last thing he wanted to do was gift an easy chance, and that's exactly what it looks to be. Just the cue ball to consider here.
1. $8. 9. $15. 16.
Because Zhang only needs a draw, obviously the first frame is huge. And this is a great chance to put it to bed. Big season for him because the great season he had 2 years ago, all those points will steadily come off, which imperils his top 16 place. But of course, if he starts going deep in events, winning events, all of that is resolved. He's missed the black. Oh, just needed a red as well. So, remember Stephen Maguire's first frame with Yuan Si-jun, who was, I think, 58 in front, and Maguire cleared up.
Well, that is incredible. He looked to have done all the hard work there, Zhang Anda. How has he missed the black from right behind it, hand on the table? Again, the pendulum swings. If Maguire can knock this red in and get nice on a colour, what a chance he's got.
One.
Yeah, as I say, first frame against Yuan Si-jun. He made a terrific clearance. He is maybe a little bit underrated in that department. People talk about John Higgins, understandably, and others at the top of the game. Maguire, very dependent in this sort of situation. But, of course, no two clearances are the same in terms of where the balls are.
Well, how well has he played that? Got that cannon absolutely perfect. Just trying to flick that red half ball, push it close to that middle pocket. Brilliant shot. Well, he's eyeing up this 3-ball plant. Oh, and it had to be dead set for him to take it on, and dead set it was. Well, now they really are all there for the taking. Blue to pink, possibly further down the line. Maybe the stumbling block. But I bet he can't even believe he's got a chance to get back into this frame with a chance to win it.
16.
And we said a few minutes ago, this first frame was big. It's just got even bigger.
17. $24. $25. $31.
Took the more difficult pink there, playing it with pace. And once again, he's landed absolutely A1 on this red. Points are not an issue. He can choose his colour. Now, surely it's going to come down to that blue to pink.
$36. $38. $41.
So looking for any sort of angle. We need a substantial angle on it.
45.
To make getting to the pink easier. And that doesn't look to be the angle he was seeking. Plenty of cue power is going to be required, which makes the pocket smaller. Well, this is a massive shot.
$50.
Well, he's given himself every chance, but it still needs potting drama in a close frame, in a very close group. With Maguire, remember, needing to win the match. Not to be. He desperately needs the pink on the cushion.
Maguire, 50.
Well, has it just travelled on, or is it cuttable? He's round to have a look. Yeah, it certainly clips.
Zhang knows it should never have got down to the pink. I mean, he's fortunate, really, Maguire didn't clear up because he missed that dolly black, really. Just needing another red to win this frame comfortably. As it is, it's become a scramble. Well, where's this going to finish? He's begging it again to run to the cushion, and it has done. Wow.
Yeah, he's caught that safety all wrong. Stephen Maguire, he's been so fortunate there to get that pink where it is. Not an easy return this for Zhang Anda. Possibly two cushions trying to send the pink back to the baulk cushion. It's a good line. Yeah, and it's a pretty decent shot. He'll be happy with the result. Well, he only needs the pink, Zhang Anda, and I'm sure he'll be tempted by this as a double. Immediately round to look at it. Can play it in such a way he can get a good cue ball as well, but the double is on.
It's already a bit more dramatic than the previous match, which was kind of mini exhibition. This one more meaningful, of course. All about coming back for the last day on Wednesday with a chance to win Championship League. Remember, there'll only be 8 players here with a chance of doing that on the last day on Wednesday. So that's what tonight's all about.
Well, he caught that much thinner than he wanted to.
He'll be very relieved because he could, on another day, have thrown that away. Stephen Maguire did have a chance. He just left himself awkward, blue to pink, missed the pink. Zhang pots it, and he now needs one more frame to be the group winner.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, a very dramatic start to a big match. Zhang Anda winning the frame on the pink. So 1-0, he needs to win one more frame now. Stephen Maguire has to win the remaining 3. That's to win this group and come back for the final day of this year's BetVictor Championship League. Stephen Maguire was certainly keen this year. He was here on day 1. June the 30th when he won his group. Terrific pot, cue ball on the bulk cushion. So he's in first in this frame. Has to win all 3 though. Very little wriggle room now, but what a terrific red this is. And on table 2, I can tell you that Nguyen Yi, the 3 times women's world champion, has beaten Hayden Pinney 3-1. So she's going to finish in 3rd position, and Pinney in 4th. So that's a very creditable campaign for On Yi, the first woman actually to reach this stage, the last 32 of a ranking event. She finishes on 3 points, Pinney just 1. And of course the decider's coming up. Joe O'Connor needs a draw, Elliot Slesser needs to beat him.
The one thing we all know we're going to get with Stephen Maguire is that he won't lie down, he won't just roll over the fact that Zhang just needs one of the next 3 frames. There's no way that Stephen Maguire is going to give it to him. He's not that sort of character. And that opening red was a prime example of that. Looking to get in first and lay down a marker once again.
6. 13.
They've played each other a few times, but all the meetings pretty low key. The old PTCs, English Open first round 3 years ago, so not much to really draw on. And in fact, of course, Zhang Anda is just a different character now. That was before he broke through as a top player, which is what he is. He's sort of replaced Maguire, who was
18.
Towards the top of the rankings in those days.
19.
He's got 2 loose reds to work off here. We're playing on the right-hand red from this black.
26.
Now, what sort of angle has he got? He'd love to have been straight. May just be pushing through, flicking the other red. Well, in fact, he powered through, and he's played it to perfection.
27. $34. $35.
This has been brilliant so far, right from the first red, when the white was on the bulk cushion.
42.
Just got the right attitude about what happened in that previous frame. He had a chance to win it, he didn't. But he's on the front foot here, he's not on his own case. Got the quality and the class to,
43.
of course, win 3 frames very quickly. Which is what he needs to do. He needs to win 3 frames to win this group. Looking good for this one.
50.
Yeah, he needs 3 more reds and high-value colours. Just wonder if that red just left of the main cluster of 6 by the pink will pot. If it does, he doesn't need to play any more cannons.
51.
Maybe available to the left middle. Well, he's perfect here on this black to play a cannon should he wish to. Yeah, and it's a dream cannon. That black caught an awful lot of the jaw, but it had just wriggled in. Got into the reds. He's bought enough into open play now as well. This has been a great visit from Stephen Maguire. Right off the break of Zhang Anda, which it was a good one as well. Tight underneath the baulk cushion.
$59.
But he's not quite there yet. He needs, obviously, the black and then another red. So just a little plot twist. He's shaking his head. Well, there's the black, but not over the line yet in this frame.
6. Maguire, 66.
Little bit of a gamble there with the safety, sending the red into the blue. Chance of it to run safe, chance of it to catch a baulk colour and push one of them safe, none of that which has happened. So this frame is very much live still. 6 reds on the table as well, so 75 points for Zhang Anda to play with.
Table 2, the crunch match, the group decider, Joe O'Connor against Elliot Slessor. Getting underway, just one more reminder, O'Connor, if he draws, will be the group winner. Slessor must beat him because O'Connor is on 6 points, Slessor on 4 as they head into that match.
And again there, Maguire trying to get something safe by sending a red into a colour. Well, look at the result. He'll be pleased with where that red has come to rest. Unlucky to pot the brown. You could see from his reaction he couldn't believe the result, but be happy enough that he's not left the red on.
The 4 penalty points, though, just a little bit more leeway for Zhang in terms of, you know, what colours he can take as if he gets a chance to win the frame. Really, is a real feeling of tension on this one, particularly for Maguire, because of course he has to win all remaining frames.
He's just desperate for something to run safe, and actually he's done the complete opposite. He's bought another red out which was on a cushion. Black out of commission may be an issue at some stage. It means that Zhang Anda needs to chip away at the pink or blue ideally. But colours might not be enough for him.
Yeah, that's why that 4-point foul when the brown went in, it has to a degree helped him, at least initially here, but ultimately it's going to come down if he gets that far to the black on the cushion, if he is to win the frame.
6.
Kind of the reverse of the last frame where Maguire had the chance from well behind.
Yeah, he's got plenty of points to play with if he keeps himself on the pink, but keeping himself on the pink is going to be tough, especially where that red is up by the baulk line just underneath him.
$13. $18.
And he's just losing points here, Zhang Anda. If it had taken pinks with the reds, it would have meant he could pot that red on the side cushion and then play for the green, which would have been the obvious choice, but the fact he's just potted the blue now means he can't do that. He's going to need brown or higher off that final red.
$19. 24. $25.
This is a maths challenge as much as a snooker one, isn't it? He's trying to work it all out. 37 behind, 33 with the brown. With 35 on. Not much wriggle room.
29.
Yeah, so he has to play for the pink from this red. Now he's taken the brown, and this will be some shot. Tell you what a clearance this will be if he makes it. If he takes the blue, he can tie the frame.
Yeah, it was tough because he had to get on the pink. It was a tough enough pot anyway, but trying to get position, Maguire just needs the red, much to his relief, for one each. So this group still very much in the balance. Zhang will need one of the remaining two frames. Maguire needs them both. So if Maguire wins the next one, it all goes down to the final and fourth frame.
Four. 6. 9. 13.
One thing Stephen Maguire's always been is a fierce competitor, and here in the heat of battle, you know he's going to give it everything. Was concerned, I'm sure, at one stage he'd thrown this frame and therefore his chance of qualification away, but he's coming right down to the wire in this group.
24.
So there was an outside chance of the clearance for Zhang, but it is Stephen Maguire who levels the match at one each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
It's 1-1 between Zhang Anda and Stephen Maguire in the last match, the group decider. Maguire needing to win the match. Zhang can afford a draw, so Zhang needs one of the two frames. Maguire needs them both. to advance to the last day on Wednesday with a chance to pick up the trophy, win a ranking title, gain entry into the Champion of Champions. For a tournament that I don't think anyone would claim is the most important on the tour, it's really hard to win, isn't it? You know, it's so much going on outside of just trying to win matches, the permutations, the short matches. So, you know, you've got to settle early. Can't afford too many mistakes, particularly at this stage with the standard going up. So whoever does win it on Wednesday will have deserved it.
Yeah, and as well, there'll be a lot of people out there looking in at this event. And the fact that it is a short format, saying that it's a bit of a lottery, which is nonsense. It's not. Because ultimately the best players will be competing on Wednesday for the title. It's as simple as that. The best players, regardless of the format, find ways to win. That may have looked a bit of a rash shot from Stephen Maguire, but it wasn't. The idea was to remove that red from the corner of this table, get it away from the pocket. He's done that to a degree, but he's pushed one down this left side, and well, it's a attempt at Vijay Ander. Very, very good from this sort of distance when he's just got his hand on the table. And there's another good pot to add to the collection, but that cue ball has just got away from him. This black is ultra thin. It's a paintwork job to cut that back in, and no control over the cue ball. So that good pot has only come to 1 point.
One. One.
Still in the first frame on table 2, Joe O'Connor and Elliot Slessor. O'Connor needing at least a draw, or sorry, at worst a draw. Slessor to win. The group has to win the match. 2 candidates there as well for players yet to win a ranking title who, you know, are pretty high up the list of possibles. Zhang really wasn't on the list, was he, before he... Well, first he got to the English Open final, and then a few weeks later won the International Championship. He'd been a journeyman. It's not a nice term, but just sort of a mid-ranker. And then suddenly it all happened for him. It's not happened there, though, has it? He's left an opening for Maguire.
Yeah, it's always a risk at that pace. Trust in the table. There's clearly no way that he played to leave that red on, so the cue ball must have just deviated off its intended path, but Maguire won't be concerned one bit with that. Comes to the table with an easy starter.
Eight. Nine. $15. 16. $23.
Does have an angle on this blue to go into the reds. Quite a bit of distance between the pink and the pack, though. Well, it doesn't matter how much distance is between the pink and the pack. When you catch it flush in the face, you go into open reds.
28.
Well, the one big negative from that shot was the black running safe. Now he's straightish on this red to right corner and quite limited to what he can do with the cue ball. So looking at maybe just dropping this in and leaving the pink to left middle. A little bit of problem solving to be done here. It's not straightforward.
$29.
Well,
Green ball.
Be frustrated, but you can't afford to be frustrated because it's such an important moment. So just having to take a couple of deep breaths, play the safety. Talking, you know, again, fractions between being on the pink and not. Leads by 28 points.
Well, he caught the red over the left corner. And it's a good job that he got a good cue ball there, Zhang Anda. This red is still available to Stephen Maguire. He can pot the red. He may lose a little bit of control over the cue ball, but if he's going to attempt it, he has to fully commit. And that's a delightful contact to the green. That cue ball was heading for deep balk. As it happens, he's perfect on the brown to extend his lead in this frame. Doesn't need to concern himself with that black being out of commission now. He can just work off the pink and the blue. Such a good ball striker. And how has he landed there?
5.
Can he get through to anything? Well, there's your answer. No.
There's a lot of head shaking going on, and a little chunter as he goes back to his seat. Feeling the heat a bit here. But still 33 in front. Really, you feel just looking for one more decent chance. You can tell it's very tense on the other table. There's 11 points in it, 2 reds on between O'Connor and Slessor in the opening frame there. Another big match. It's a long tournament, isn't it? And if you can get through to this stage with just a few days left, and obviously the chance to get to the last day, then you can understand the tension does come down a bit.
So another chance for Stephen Maguire, this red to middle. Another very nice pot. Was always going to be nice on the green, so gets a 3rd bite at the cherry in this frame. Be great for it to come down to a final frame shootout to see who goes through, see what they're both about. Doesn't need to worry about those 3 reds by the pink spot. The top one may pass to the right corner anyway. The 3 reds in open play with high value colour, blue or pink, will be fine. Just do whatever it takes to just get this frame won at this visit. Give yourself a chance.
So, are we going to go down to the very last frame of the group? We will, if Maguire can close this out. All the players who've made it through to this stage, he's, I guess, got the most experience of winning 6 ranking titles to his name.
18.
Blue and the loose red will be enough to take us, as I say, to the decisive frame of the whole group. Got to admire Maguire's determination. He sort of lives every shot. But when things have gone wrong, OK, we've seen he's been disappointed, but he hasn't done anything rash. He's playing properly, disciplined snooker. And he's given himself every chance now of still winning this group. Barring snookers, it's all on the last frame. He keeps wiping his brow. He's feeling the heat. And it's only going to get hotter with what is effectively a deciding frame to come.
Stephen Maguire, 24.
Yeah, and the pressure really is on Zhang Anda now. Watching Maguire come back at him from winning the first frame. Such a big presence around the table, Stephen Maguire. He's done a lot of spectating, Zhang Anda. And I feel he's going to have to produce something special in the final frame if he's going to stop this momentum. Maguire looks like he's got the bit between his teeth. Looks ready to take his chance should it come. Well, you might have just heard a big noise in the arena, and that was because Elliot Slesser has just gone in off the pink.
Stephen Maguire.
This is what's happened. We'll just quickly update you with what's happening over there. Joe O'Connor needed a snooker on the pink and black. Elliot got out the snooker and he's gone in off. Dave, you can't write what's happening over on table 2.
And as you say, Elliot Slesser banged the table. What a blow. So O'Connor has the black. Remember, he only needs to draw. Slesser has to win the match. But surely it's O'Connor's frame. Drama here, wherever you look at the Mattioli tonight. We'll be back with more very shortly.
13 in frame, Joe O'Connor.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
frame.
It's all come down to this then. The last frame of the day in this group is going to decide who comes back for the last day of the Championship League. Zhang Anda needed a draw. He still does. He's 2-1 down. Stephen Maguire needed a win. So whoever wins this frame will be into effectively the last 8 of the tournament. Impressed with Maguire here. You know, things have gone against him, but he's kept his cool. He's playing good stuff. He's a kind of man for these pressure situations, you feel. But having said that, Zhang Anda has proven to be that, hasn't he, the last couple of years? So still hard to really pick a winner, even though Maguire is kind of making the running in the match. Remember, he could have won that first frame.
I have lost count how many bad break-offs there's been in this event. How many times have we seen that lone red come up the table, and, well, for Zhang Anda, it's come at the absolute worst time for him. So decision time for Stephen Maguire. He can try and play a cute positional shot here, or it could be a full-blooded brown into the pack. Didn't quite get into the meat of the reds here. Would have loved to have avoided that pink. If he just goes south of the pink, he gets enough on the pack that he may have opened a few more. Oh, he's on nothing.
Stephen Maguire, 5.
Well, the raised hand tells you all you need to know. Maguire may be looking possible planted the corner, but you look at his face, he doesn't look too happy here.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Don't think he can see at all that much of the side cushion to try and pot that red cushion first. The yellow's well in the way. How close are these reds to a plan? It'd be interesting to see to this right corner pocket. He's having a good look at it. They're not too far off, but that third red right in between them, maybe just restricting the correct contact to the second red. Yeah, it looks like it's set to that left jaw. It needs making. It might be all he's got. And what else do you play? I think he's concerned about hitting the first red and it catching the left red of the 3, and in turn won't contact the correct part of the second red. That's the issue. If that third red wasn't there, it's definitely on. Well, that is unbelievable. Oh, how good has he played the swerve? And you just thought at that sort of pace the cue ball was going to kick off the red. That little bit of side is going to take him towards the black, and Well, it was heading on the right path, but for that red being in the way. Incredible.
Stephen Wagmire, 1.
Frustrating, but in general, he remains, I think, a real threat here to Zhang. Zhang is he's just faded a little as the match has gone on. Having won that opening frame, he was a big favourite then, of course, needing just one more.
Again, he's had another good stare at this plant, but I don't think staring at it will change it in any way. I mean, it might do. You kind of convince yourself as a player, the longer you look at something, that the more chance it has of becoming available. Is he going to attempt this? This could go anywhere. And the reds could go anywhere. I think he knew in his heart of hearts that that wasn't quite on.
But he's had a bit of a touch here, hasn't he? Could easily have stuck him nicely in. You look at the reds flying around, you think, well, he's going to have a sitter. But he hasn't.
Yeah, and the fact that he missed the red to the right jaw as we look at it actually tells me that the plant was on. He's just misjudged it. So in a way, it's a result that he's got away with it.
Fair play to them. They're milking every last scrap of drama out of this group. It always looked a tough one to call. You know, all 4 players, of course, they'd won a group, but also they're established players. Yuan Sijun yet to win a tournament. The other 3 have. And we still don't know who's going to be coming back for the final day of this year's Championship League.
Looked quite a bold shot selection, that, from Zhang Anda, but he played it in such a way that he felt the only red he could leave was the one that he was attempting. He got nowhere near the double. He has left this red. Oh, and that was a bad strike from Stephen. The first bad strike we've seen really from him.
Yeah, it's not like him really, but again, you know, it could have been worse, I guess. Become just a right old scrap, this. Both players kind of getting away with it when they do miss. Had it Slesser with a chance next door to make amends for that bit horror show in the first frame when he went in off the pink snookered. He's looking good to make it 1 each. Remember, he's got to win. Joe O'Connor can afford the draw. There it is. Slesser 25 in front, so 30 with the blue. red and a colour, but he wants to make sure this time because Joe O'Connor needed that snooker on the pink and black in the last frame and got it.
47.
Seems his hand's okay anyway after the slap on the table.
48.
So for Slessor, the black to lead by 38 with 35 on, and looking good for one each.
Well, Maguire's in a spot of bother again himself here. Red being over the right middle is proving to be problematic. The safe area of the table is by the green pocket. Anything but in off. Oh, he's okay. He was an anxious look as he made his way to that corner of the table, willing the cue ball to catch the jaw, and now it's Zhang Anda's problem.
On the miss. Stephen Maguire 6.
Well, that could have been a whole lot worse. Trying to find the thin edge of that red, completely misses it. Could have well easily have stuck Maguire right bang in amongst them, and okay, this red may clip into the middle pocket, but is cue ball surely destined for that red by this right corner pocket? And therefore beyond nothing, so...
Well, the referee... I mean, not much actually moved. The pink, obviously, clipped. Fyodor from Latvia has done a fine job last couple of weeks. Well, he sorted all that out very quickly, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's moved a red there, which can't possibly have moved on its own without another red, but we get the point. The reds, they didn't move a lot. It's just the contact to the pink. So he's looking, once again, for a very thin contact to this red. And again, it could have been worse. Look at where the cue balls ended up. He catches the blue there. He's banging amongst them again, Maguire, and this red, okay, he'll pot it.
Six more. Oh, yeah, thank
you. Yeah, just making sure the foul 6 went on. Yeah, this could have been a lot easier. They're both kind of getting a run, aren't they? Which makes it hard to sort of predict who's actually going to win. Can Maguire land on a colour off the red if he pots it? Yeah, it's nothing's coming easy, is it? Far from it. It's a little test of patience. Smile beats crying.
Yeah, and patience is the word I would have used to describe him from Group 1. I thought he was so patient in that group right throughout the day. But this is certainly testing him. You can just see it. He's kind of bubbling up here, Maguire, which is a good thing for him because so often he's produced his best snooker when he's been bubbled up and fired up, raring to go. He's in control of this frame, though. He's got the initiative at the moment. But that now has swung the way of Zhang Anda, potting his way out of trouble. No aspirations of landing on a colour, just purely testing his cueing, drop the red in, and then try and put Maguire in some trouble.
Zhang Anda 1.
Well, that's a mistake. That cue ball wanted to be tight to this top cushion, and this red on the black spot will pot. Cue ball going into the reds and blacks. No real control, but the blue being over the middle pocket. Pink, brown, black could even be pushed on. Anything could happen here, as long as he pots the red.
One.
Well, he just needs to get this one positional shot right. The black's now in open play. Just needs to get low enough on this cue board to get some action on it. Get it back for the reds. So the first real good chance now falls to the hands of Stephen Maguire, and from 1-0 down, this has been a good response. Can he see out the task at this visit?
Seven.
Starting the season 27th in the rankings, but I don't think anyone really sort of looks at the ranking list. They look at what Steve Maguire has done, what they know he can do. One of the great competitors in the sport, really good under pressure, fiercely determined.
14.
Just been inconsistent the last couple of seasons. He did get to the Welsh Open final, of course, last season, but wasn't much joy besides that. Problem is, if you slip down the rankings a bit, you end up sort of on outside tables, qualifiers. It's not
15.
really where someone like Steve Maguire, former UK champion, winner of 6 ranking titles, wants to be. But the only way he'll get back into that arena environment is if he gets up the rankings again, and the way to do that is to win tournaments. So it's sort of chicken and egg in a way. Got the bit between his teeth here, though, hasn't he? Things have gone wrong. He's just about kept his cool, and now this is starting to look like a really good chance to win the group.
21.
Well, he's just taken a second over this. A couple of decisions to be made. All about cue ball control from here on out. Those three reds just right of the pink. A little bit awkward. They all look to be covering one another. Really got into that. So 49. It's going to be the green. Again, cue ball travelling. He's done a lot of rummaging in that pocket. It must be very deep pockets he's got there. He keeps losing his chalk. But he hasn't lost his way yet in this break. Just never going to be plain sailing, was it? 32. It was a big shot he had to play there, and would have been a fantastic shot had he have developed reds. Not to be, but a good lead. And what a classy shot he's followed it up with. That really is. That depicts Stephen Maguire perfectly in this Championship League for me. He's shown us a little bit of frustration there, the fact that he didn't get on the red or didn't develop them, but then immediately blocked that out of his thought process, thought clearly, found a correct shot to play and executed it to perfection. And this is not an easy escape. The cue ball being close to the baulk cushion means he's got to hit it early in this escape, which makes judging the angle off it even more difficult.
You can't get your breath, can you? I thought at first he fluked one, and then you think, well, he's got to leave Maguire nicely in, but in fact, cue ball has finished favourably for Zhang Anda, so he's clinging on, and actually now, apart from the red on the cushion, he's got everything into play. Of course, 44 behind, that favours him, so there could yet be a few more twists yet. It's a contrasting sort of personalities. Maguire will let you know facially what he thinks pretty much every shot, but Zhang Anda just keeps that kind of blank canvas, doesn't really give much away.
I can tell you how I'll be feeling inside though, be absolutely buzzing with the result. He's left Maguire in a spot of bother here, really. There's not anything telling he can do. The obvious choice was just push the red up the cushion, which is what he's played. He's attempting this red to the green pocket. Chance to get on the black. He's missed the red. And he's disappointed. He saw that as a chance to get himself in and going. Now, can Stephen try and send that red to the left side cushion and just float that cue ball in behind the black? Yeah, that's what he's going to attempt. He just came round to have a look at to see that should he not get the snooker, if he'll leave a red to middle, and I don't think he will. Expect him to go close here. That's perfect.
Yeah, he's turning the screw. He's using his experience. 44 the lead. Zhang cannot afford to leave him anything here. Otherwise it's over for him. He's made the running Zhang Anda all day. Won 3-0 in his first match. Okay, drew his second, but just needed to draw this one. But he still needs to draw it, and he's running out of time.
This is a classic case of one player attacking and one player defending. Maguire searching for any chance to just push ball safe. Reds on cushions, colours on cushions. Anything to just crawl over the line in this frame now. Well, that's a very good return. Getting the cue ball to this cushion was priority number one. It limits what Maguire can do with this shot. He doesn't want to be tempted into anything. You can see if he can attempt a red without leaving anything, of course he'll play it. But he doesn't want to be fully committing and going full-blooded for anything at this stage. Well, he'll be very displeased with that shot. Maybe caught in two minds. He's left hand on table. The red by the brown spot would be the obvious choice. Chance to get that cue ball back down this end also. Black waiting. Really wanted that cue ball on that side cushion, Stephen Maguire. Left it some way short. Well, here we go then. The recovery, the comeback.
amazing. I mean, he just couldn't get in, but that just one bad shot, you got to say, from Maguire has just opened the door a little for him. Can he kick it down here? Certainly get right back into this frame and take this group really down to the last few balls, potentially. Oh, but he's missed the black. He's missed the black. Oh, dear. And suddenly, Maguire gets a golden chance to win it.
Wow, that is the quickest I've ever seen Maguire move. He was out of his seat like a racehorse there, and I'm not surprised. Zhang Anda had got himself back in. Great opening red and then just missed the black.
Four. Five.
So it's been a roller coaster, all right, but this is effectively to put Steve Maguire into the last day of the Championship League. The first player to make it. He'll be delighted.
11.
He had to win this match, and he was 1-0 down, remember? But he's shown his steel. He's shown his fight. And these are attributes he'll bring to the last day. And he, of all the players left in the tournament,
17.
has got a lot of experience of winning tournaments. 6 ranking titles to his name so far. Who's to say number 7 isn't on its way?
18.
Remember, he asked to come in on day 1, June the 30th, so that tells you he's keen to get the season going. And it's going well because Stephen Maguire has qualified for the final day of this BetVictor Championship League. It was a bit of a nerve shredder. Zhang Anda had the outside chance there, but he missed the black, attempting to begin a clearance. And Maguire delighted, he wipes his brow, and he, as I say, he's coming back with just 8 players that will be remaining on Wednesday. Here's the table. Stephen Maguire on 7 points, Zhang Anda in the end on 4, but it just felt a lot closer than that because it came down to that last frame. I'm going to go and speak to Stephen, so the other Stephen will say something in the meantime.
Yeah, an amazing performance there from Stephen Maguire, considering he went 1-0 down, showed great resilience to get the win and get the job done. The first man through to the final group. Don't forget, there's still another match going on, the final match over on Table 2. You can head over to the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel when we've spoken to Stephen Maguire to just see the final few stages over on Table 2. Joe O'Connor just needing the draw against Elliot Slessor. Currently 1 each, but O'Connor well in front in that 3rd frame. In fact, Slessor actually needs a snooker, and O'Connor's just potted as we speak the final red. So he has won the frame, and he's guaranteed himself the draw over on Table 2. So Joe O'Connor is also through, but let's hear from Stephen Maguire. He joins David Hendon.
Stephen, that match was like the group, a bit of a roller coaster, but you're coming back for the last day.
Yeah, delighted, because that was a good wee win there. You know, having to win 3 out of the 4 frames there is difficult. So, and then I lost the first one quite badly, really. So yeah, chuffed to be coming back.
And it's not the biggest tournament on the circuit, but it's hard to win. The matches are short. There's a lot to think about outside just playing, because you know there's the permutations. You've got to just try and focus on actually getting the job done.
No, it is. Listen, it's still competitive. It doesn't matter sometimes, like if it's a big tournament or not. You still don't want beat. But there was a wee bit of pressure. Listen, I don't mind. I felt a wee bit of pressure there. I missed a red in the last frame there. I thought if I pot this, I've won, and I missed it by a mile. So that's the one shot that will stick in my head.
A lot of the players left have not won a tournament before. You, of course, have won plenty. Do you fancy now the experience might tell on the last day?
I don't know about plenty, Dave.
Well, more than most of the others here.
Well, won a few, but no. Listen, it turns out when we come back down for the final group, it's quite important now. You know, it's if you get beat today or the first game, it's easy to forget about. But when I come back down on Wednesday, I think it is, there's a lot to play for.
And can I just ask finally, what's the queue situation now? Because I know you've had a few last couple of years. Are you happy with this one?
Yeah, I played with a different queue last week, and Tom Preram sent me one up in between, so I've been using it all week, and I'll just give him a little shout out because the queue's good, and hopefully I can keep it for the rest of the season.
Good stuff. See you Wednesday, Stephen.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Well, a brilliant performance there from Stephen Maguire. As I say, 1-0 down in that match. He had to win the remaining 3, becomes the first player into the finals group. And of course, we've got 3 more days of Phase 2 to come. Tomorrow sees Group D start on Table 1, and Starboy Jack Lazowski, the top seed, in action there. Zhu David Lilly and Artem Zhuzhin as well involved in that group. And over on Table 2, Pang Zhengzhu, Lei Pai Fan, Robbie Williams and Q School top-up Alfie Burden in action. We'll do it all again tomorrow, but from everyone here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, it's a very good night.